Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you in a small village in the heart of the forest, where the trees danced to the wind and the birds sang their sweetest melodies. There lived a very special family of piglets. Mother Pig, a kind and wise lady, had raised her 3 little ones with all the love and dedication a mother could offer. Now that her little ones were no longer so little, the moment had come that every mother dreads seeing her children off to build their own lives. Cece, the youngest of the siblings, was known for his carefree manner and infectious laugh. He always preferred playing to working and dreamed of endless days of fun. He dressed in colorful clothes and a crooked straw hat he had found on one of his walks through the village. Her easy smile hid a certain immaturity that worried Mamai Porca. Her middle brother Toto had an artistic temperament and loved to play his flute on sunny afternoons. More responsible than Cece, but still far from the necessary prudence, he balanced work and leisure, although his scales always tipped a little more in favor of fun. His dreamy eyes reflected his romantic nature, and his navy blue vest was his pride. Pig, the oldest of the 3, was the embodiment of responsibility. Wearing round glasses and an impeccable apron, he spent hours studying books on architecture and construction. His methodical nature sometimes irritated his younger siblings, who didn't understand why he took everything so seriously. One particularly important morning, Mama Pig gathered her 3 children in the cozy living room of their home. The aroma of freshly baked apple pie filled the room as she prepared to have a conversation that would change the fate of her family forever. My dears, she began, straightening her flowered apron, you have grown into wonderful little pigs. The time has come for each of you to go your own way and build your own home. Her eyes shone with a mixture of pride and maternal concern. Cece jumped for joy, already imagining all the parties she could throw in her future home. Toto began, strumming his flute mentally, composing a song about independence. Pig, for his part, adjusted his glasses and began to make notes in his ever-present notebook. But remember, continued Mama Pig, the forest can be a dangerous place. There are creatures that aren't as friendly as they seem. Her tone became more serious. In particular, beware of the big bad wolf. The 3 brothers had heard stories about the dreaded big bad wolf. They said he was a cunning and hungry creature who loved to play tricks on the forest dwellers. His yellow eyes glowed in the darkness, and his breath was so strong that it could knock down small trees. Don't worry, Mama, said Cece with a carefree smile. I'll build my house quickly and have a housewarming party. I'm going to make it a nice cozy house, added Toto, playing a few happy notes on his flute, with a special place for my musical performances. Pig just shook his head, worried about his brother's carelessness. A house needs to be strong and secure, he commented. It's not something you build overnight. Mama Pig gave each of them a small bundle containing provisions and basic tools. Then she hugged them at length, her silent tears wetting the soft fur of her cubs. "Always remember what I have taught you," she said. "Work hard and help each other." The next morning, the three brothers set off in different directions through the forest, each carrying their belongings and dreams. The sun rose lazily through the trees, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, as if nature itself was blessing this new journey. As they walked along, they didn't notice a pair of yellow eyes watching them from afar. Hidden among the shadows of the oldest trees in the forest, the big bad wolf was licking his lips in anticipation of the feast that those three chubby little pigs would provide. The forest, apparently peaceful, that morning held its own secrets and dangers. The ancient trees whispered stories of other animals who had underestimated the threats that resided there. The wind carried not only the dry leaves, but also the echoes of unheard warnings. And so began the great adventure of the three little pig brothers, each going their own way, each about to learn valuable lessons about responsibility, hard work, and perseverance. What they didn't yet know was that their choices in the coming hours and days would define not only the kind of home they would have, but also the kind of piggies they would become. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the big bad wolf was plotting his evil plans, patiently watching the three brothers' every move. His sinister laugh echoed softly through the trees, promising to turn this adventure into something far more challenging than any of the little pigs could have imagined. The sun was already high in the sky when Cece, the youngest of the brothers, found an open field full of golden straw. Her eyes lit up at the discovery, and a mischievous smile appeared on her rosy muzzle. "Perfect," he exclaimed, straightening his crooked straw hat. "With all this straw, I can build my house in no time and still have time for a nap." Meanwhile, not far away, Toto wandered through the forest, playing his flute, enchanting the birds that followed him. His footsteps led him to a clearing where several tree trunks had been blown down by a recent storm. What luck, he thought, stowing his flute in the pocket of his navy blue vest. "This wood will be perfect for my musical house." Pig, for his part, walked methodically, consulting a map he had drawn during his research. He was looking for the ideal spot near a water source on firm ground and with good visibility. After a few hours of meticulous searching, he found exactly what he was looking for: an elevated spot near a crystal-clear stream with a small deposit of clay, perfect for making bricks. Cece worked with haste and carelessness, gathering large bundles of straw and tying them together clumsily. "The quicker I finish, the more time I'll have to play," he hummed as he stacked the straw anyway. In a few hours, he had built something that vaguely resembled a house, an unstable structure that swayed in the slightest breath of wind. Toto devoted a little more time to its construction. Between musical breaks, he sawed logs and stacked them, creating walls that, although not perfectly aligned, seemed reasonably firm. He even created a small stage in one corner of the house where he could perform his concerts for the forest dwellers. In the area he had chosen, Pig began his meticulous work. First, he prepared a kiln to fire the bricks he would mold from the local clay. One bad brick can compromise the whole structure, he muttered to himself, carefully measuring each block before firing it. The big bad wolf watched each of the brothers from a distance, surprised by the different approaches they took. His yellow eyes shone with satisfaction as he saw the fragility of Cece's house. That'll be my appetizer, he thought, licking his lips. Toto's house didn't look very challenging either, but Pig's dedication irritated him deeply. As the day progressed, Cece had already finished her house and was organizing a small housewarming party. She invited some rabbits and squirrels from the neighborhood who looked worriedly at the shaking straw walls, but didn't want to disappoint the cheerful Pig. Look at that, boasted Cece, dancing in circles. I finished my house in one day. Who needs so much work when you can do something so fast and fun? The forest animals exchanged apprehensive glances, but smiled politely. Toto was also making progress with his construction, albeit more slowly. In between hammering, he often stopped to play his flute, claiming that music helps the wood fit together better. His house was beginning to take shape, with irregular windows and a door that creaked melodiously, while his younger brothers could already see the end of their work. Pig was still in the early stages of construction. Each brick was carefully inspected before being laid, and the foundation was measured and remedied to ensure total stability. At night, when Cece was sound asleep in her straw bed, and Toto was strumming the last notes of the day on his flute, Pig was still working by lamplight, consulting his books and making precise calculations for the next day. The big bad wolf, hiding in the shadows, watched everything with growing impatience. The straw house would be his first visit, that was for sure. After that, that shabby wooden structure wouldn't last long. As for the brick house, well, he'd have to think of something special for that one. The next few days brought more of the same Cece, enjoying her new life, off organizing parties and playing games Toto, alternating between working on his house and giving small concerts for his admirers in the forest. And Pig, methodical and tireless, continuing his construction, brick by brick. The wind whispered between the ancient trees of the forest, carrying with it the omen that soon those three different approaches to life would be put to the test. The dark clouds that were beginning to form on the horizon seemed to echo the approaching threat, but only Pig seemed to notice the signs of danger. Mother Pig, in her house in the village, looked out of the window every night, thinking of her three cubs. Her maternal heart knew that challenges awaited them, but she also trusted that the lessons she had tried to teach them would eventually make sense, even if the hard way. And so, as the moon rose in the starry sky, three different fates were being sealed, one by haste and carelessness, another by partial dedication, and the third by prudence and perseverance. What none of the brothers knew was that their choices would soon be tested in the most dramatic way possible. The morning arrived with a different air in the forest. The wind blew stronger than usual, and the dark clouds on the horizon announced that changes were to come. The big bad wolf, who had been patiently waiting for the right moment, decided it was time to put his plan into action. Cece was in his straw house, lying in a makeshift hammock, humming nonchalantly. After a few days, his house was already showing clear signs of deterioration. Parts of the roof were beginning to crack, and the walls were shaking every time a strong breeze blew through. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the fragile structure, making Cece jump with fright. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice shaking slightly. "It's me, a tired traveler in need of shelter," replied a gruff voice from outside. It was obviously the big bad wolf, trying to disguise his voice. Cece, despite being carefree, remembered her mother's warnings. "I'm sorry," she replied. but I can't open the door to strangers. The big bad wolf, losing patience, revealed his true nature. Then I'll blow and blow until your house falls down. And filling his huge lungs with air, he blew as hard as he could. The straw house didn't stand a chance. With a single, powerful blow, the structure crumbled like dust in the wind. Cece, in a panic, barely had time to grab her hat before she was running towards her brother Toto's house. Toto, Toto, open the door, screamed Cece desperately, banging on the door of the wooden house. Her brother, who was rehearsing a new tune, quickly let him in. What happened? Asked Toto, worried by his little brother's agitated state. The big bad wolf. He destroyed my house with one blow, explained Cece, still panting. Mom was right about him. They had barely finished talking when they heard it again. Talk, talk, talk. Piggies, piggies, let me in. The big bad wolf's voice now didn't even try to disguise its threatening nature. Never, replied the two brothers in unison. Then I'll blow and blow until this house falls down. The wolf filled his lungs again, this time needing two powerful blows to make the wooden house start to give way. The boards creaked, the windows shook, and with a third devastating blow, Toto's house began to collapse. The two brothers, holding only Toto's flute and Cece's hat, ran towards Pig's brick house. Meanwhile, Pig continued his methodical work, now finishing off his sturdy building. He had installed a sturdy chimney windows with reinforced locks and a solid oak door. Pig, Pig, please let us in, his brothers shouted in desperation, banging frantically on the door. Pig, who had expected something like this, quickly opened the door for his brothers and locked it again. Are you all right? He asked, adjusting his glasses as he examined his frightened siblings. The big bad wolf destroyed our houses, explained Toto, still shivering. He blew and blew until they fell down. Pig shook his head, serious expression on his face. That's why I was so insistent on the importance of solid construction. This house was made to withstand any threat. It wasn't long before they heard the menacing voice of the big bad wolf. Piggies, piggies, this house is going to fall down too. I'm going to blow and blow until there's nothing left. The wolf filled his lungs and blew as hard as he could, but the house didn't move. He blew again and again until he was red with exhaustion, but the building stood firm. Frustrated with his failure, the big bad wolf began to circle the house, looking for any weak points. His yellow eyes lit up when he spotted the chimney. If I can't get in through the door, he thought, I'll go down the chimney. Inside the house, Pig had already foreseen this possibility. He quickly instructed his brothers to help him with his plan. While the wolf climbed onto the roof, they lit a large fire in the fireplace and put a huge cauldron of water on to boil. The big bad wolf, confident in his new plan, began to climb down the chimney, imagining that he would take the three little pigs by surprise. What he didn't expect was the cauldron of boiling water that awaited him. With a howl of pain, the big bad wolf shot out of the chimney, his tail scorched and his pride wounded. He ran away, vowing never to return to that part of the forest. The three siblings, finally safe, hugged each other in relief. Cece and Toto, especially, were beginning to understand the value of their mother's words and their older brother's example. Sorry, Pig, said Cece, crestfallen. You tried to warn us about the importance of doing things right. Yes, agreed Toto, holding up his flute. "We could have lost a lot more if it hadn't been for you." Pig smiled gently at his brothers. "The important thing is that you're safe now, and it's never too late to learn and start again." As night fell over the forest, the three brothers sat together around the fireplace. Toto played a soft tune on his flute. Cece helped Pig prepare dinner, and for the first time, the three siblings truly appreciated the value of a job well done and family togetherness. News of what had happened soon spread through the forest, reaching the ears of Mother Pig, who smiled proudly when she heard that her children had not only survived the danger, but had also learned valuable lessons in the process. After escaping from the big bad wolf, the lives of the three little pigs began to take a new direction. In the brick house, Cece and Toto, still shaken by the loss of their home, began to take a closer look at how their older brother organized every aspect of daily life. The brick house, which had previously seemed excessively spacious for a pig, now perfectly accommodated the three siblings. Pig had planned several rooms, as if he knew that one day he would need to house his family. The kitchen was large and well-equipped, the study room, full of useful books, and there was even a small stage where Toto could practice his music. "You know," said Cece one morning as she helped Pig organize the pantry, "I never thought tidying up could be so satisfying." He had discovered that keeping everything in order was not only practical, but also brought a sense of accomplishment. Toto, for his part, began to incorporate more discipline into his music. Instead of playing randomly throughout the day, he set specific times to practice, allowing him to also take part in household chores. "Music sounds better when you have a purpose," he commented, after helping to build a new fence around the house. Pig watched the changes in his brothers with silent satisfaction. Although the situation that brought them together was frightening, it provided a unique opportunity to grow together. He began to teach his brothers about construction, sharing his knowledge in a patient and methodical way. One day, while they were working together on the garden they had started, they heard a commotion coming from the forest. It was a group of animals running scared. "The big bad wolf," they shouted. "He's back and angrier than ever." The three brothers looked at each other worriedly. Apparently, the wolf hadn't given up completely. Pig quickly led everyone into the house, including the frightened animals seeking refuge. "We needn't fear," said Pig, adjusting his glasses. "This house was built to withstand any threat." Even so, they could see that the wolf had changed his tactics. Instead of attacking directly, he began to circle the area, intimidating the forest dwellers and isolating the house. Cece, who would have hidden in fear before, now showed new courage. "We can't let him terrorize our forest friends," he declared, surprising his brothers with his determination. Toto agreed, his flute firmly held in his paws. "We need to come up with a plan to protect not just us, but the whole community." The three brothers gathered in the study room, where Pig kept his precious books and projects. Together, they began to develop a plan that combined Cece's creativity, Toto's musicality, and Pig's ingenuity. Over the next few days, they worked tirelessly. Pig taught his brothers how to build small, safe havens scattered around the forest using simplified but efficient techniques. Cece, with her sociable nature, organized the animals into groups for surveillance and mutual support. Toto developed a system of musical signals that could alert everyone to the wolf's presence. The transformation of the three brothers was remarkable. Cece, once so carefree, now responsibly led the teams building the shelters. Toto used his music not just for entertainment, but as a vital communication tool. And Pig, always so focused on his own projects, was learning to adapt his knowledge to help others. Mama Pig, who occasionally visited them, could hardly believe how much her children had changed. "You've grown so much," she said, with tears in her eyes, during one of her visits. "Not just in skill, but in wisdom and compassion." News of the three little pigs' actions spread through the forest. Other animals began to seek them out, asking for advice on how to protect their own homes. The brick house became a center of learning and cooperation. The big bad wolf, realizing that his bullying was no longer having the same effect, began to show signs of frustration. His nocturnal howls sounded more like wails than threats, and his presence, once so feared, began to seem more pathetic than frightening. One night, as the three siblings were getting ready for bed, Cece made an interesting observation. "You know, I used to think that building a house was just about having a place to live. Now, I understand that it's about creating a safe place, not just for us, but for everyone who needs help." Toto, softly strumming his flute, added, "And it's not just about the physical structure. It's about building relationships, trust, and community." Pig smiled, proud of how his brothers had matured. "Exactly. And the stronger we build those bonds, the harder it will be for any big bad wolf to defeat us." The full moon shone through the reinforced windows of the brick house, illuminating the three brothers who, united, had found a strength that none of them possessed individually. What had begun as a story of survival was turning into a lesson in the power of unity and perseverance. And as the wind blew gently outside, carrying with it the last notes of Toto's lullaby, the three brothers knew that there were still more challenges ahead, but now they were prepared to face them together, stronger and wiser than ever. The transformation of the forest was visible to everyone who lived there. What had once been a place of fear and mistrust had now become an example of cooperation and community strength. The three little pig brothers had not only overcome their own differences, but had also inspired a profound change in the whole community. One particularly hectic morning, while Pig was supervising the construction of yet another community shelter, Cece ran up to him with alarming news. "Pig, the squirrels in the northern region have just reported that they found the big bad wolf wounded in a hunter's trap." Toto, who was nearby teaching a group of young rabbits to use his musical alert system, quickly joined the brothers. The three of them looked at each other thoughtfully. The big bad wolf, their old enemy, was now in danger. "What should we do?" asked Toto, his flute, resting restlessly on his paws. "After everything he's done to us." Pig adjusted his glasses, a serious expression on his muzzle. "We can't ignore someone in danger, even if they are our enemy. Mom always taught us about compassion, remember?" Cece, who had matured so much, nodded. "Pig is right. Besides, maybe this is an opportunity to show Lobo that there is a better way to live." The three brothers quickly organized a rescue team. Pig brought his first aid kit. Toto prepared a makeshift stretcher, and Cece gathered some of the strongest animals in the forest to help with transportation. When they found Lobo, the scene was heartbreaking. He was thin, his once lustrous fur was now dull, and his hind paw was caught in a cruel trap. When he saw the three little pigs approaching, his yellow eyes widened with a mixture of fear and shame. Have you come? Have you come to laugh at me? He asked, his voice hoarse and weak, very different from the powerful howls of yesteryear. No, replied Pig, gently approaching with care. We've come to help. The wolf remained silent as the brothers worked together to free him from the trap. Pig used his technical knowledge to dismantle the mechanism, while Toto softly played his flute to calm the wolf, and Cece organized the other animals for transport. Why are you helping me? Asked the wolf, confused, as he was carefully placed on the stretcher. After everything I've done. Because it's the right thing to do, replied Cece, simply a wisdom in her voice that would have surprised her younger self. They took the wolf to the brick house where Pig had prepared a space for his recovery. Over the next few days, the three brothers took turns caring for their old enemy. Toto played soft music to help him sleep. Cece told stories to distract him, and Pig tended to his wounds with precision and patience. Gradually, the wolf began to change. Not only was his paw healing, but something in his heart was also transforming. He watched with growing admiration as the three brothers worked together, as the forest community respected them, and as everyone seemed happier in this new way of life. I never understood it, he confessed one evening, as the four of them shared a meal. I always thought I needed to terrorize others to be strong. But you're stronger together without having to scare anyone. Mother Pig, who visited, often smiled as she saw the transformation not only of her children, but also of her former adversary. Sometimes, she said wisely, our greatest lessons come from the most unexpected places. As the wolf recovered, he began to take part in community activities. His strength, once used to destroy, now helped to build new shelters. His knowledge of the forest became invaluable for establishing safe routes and identifying dangerous areas. One day, while everyone was working together on a new community project, Pig observed something extraordinary. Cece was teaching basic building techniques to a group of young animals. Toto was coordinating a choir that included all kinds of forest creatures and the wolf. The wolf was using his strength to help carry building materials with a genuine smile on his muzzle. Who knew, Pig commented to himself, that decision to build a brick house would lead us here. The forest had become a place where different species lived in harmony, where strength was not measured by the ability to intimidate, but by the willingness to help. The brick house, which began as a refuge for a prudent little pig, became a symbol of unity and hope for the whole community. And so, the story of the three little pigs continued to inspire generations, not just as a tale about the importance of a job well done, but as a lesson in the power of perseverance, compassion, and the capacity for transformation. Even the most unlikely of enemies could become a friend, and even the most carefree of brothers could become a responsible leader. The moon continued to shine over the brick house every night, illuminating not just a well-built structure, but a home where wisdom, music, and joy mingled in perfect harmony. And if you pass through that part of the forest today, you can still hear Toto's melodies, Cece's laughter, pig's wise advice, and surprisingly, the friendly howl of a wolf who has learned that true power lies in togetherness and love. In the beginning, there was only the vast ocean plunged into infinite darkness. The black waters stretched as far as the eye could see, and the silence was broken only by the gentle movement of the waves that danced eternally without destination. In this primordial setting, a single being stood out, the raven, a majestic creature with black feathers that reflected what little light there was in the void. This was no ordinary crow. Its eyes shone with ancient wisdom, and its wings carried the power of creation itself. Kokoro, as it was known in ancient languages, had emerged from the shadows themselves, born from a thought of the universe. His solitude was his only companion as he flew over the infinite ocean, observing his own reflection in the dark waters. For eons that could not be measured, Kokoro flew without rest, his curious mind constantly searching for something beyond the monotony of darkness. In her heart, a burning desire for change grew, an inexplicable will to transform that emptiness into something more. It was then, in a moment of deep contemplation, that he realized he was not alone in his journey. From the depths of the ocean, an ancient voice emerged, as old as time itself. It was Namaka, the spirit of the primordial waters, who had long been watching Raven in his solitary flight. His presence was manifested through gentle ripples on the surface of the sea, forming patterns that only Kokoro could interpret. "Why do you fly aimlessly, Shadow Architect?" asked Namaka, his voice echoing across the waters. "What are you looking for in this infinite void?" Kokoro landed on a wave that hung suspended, like a liquid throne created especially for him. "I seek purpose," he replied, his words carrying the weight of 1,000 thoughts. "This world is too vast to remain in the shadows." It was at this moment that Kokoro discovered his true nature. In his wings slept the power to turn dreams into reality. In his beak, he carried the ability to shape the shapeless. And in his heart, he held the desire to create something extraordinary. On the endless horizon, Kokoro saw something that no one else could see. 3 small points of light, so distant that they seemed like an illusion. They were the celestial boxes, mystical containers that held the secrets of luminosity. Raven knew, either by instinct or fate, that these objects held the key to transforming that world of darkness. Namaka, sensing Kokoro's thoughts, became restless. "The heavenly boxes are sacred," she warned, her waters shimmering with concern. "They were sealed by the ancients, those who came before us. Disturbing them could bring consequences that even I cannot foresee." But Kokoro had already made up his mind. With a determined flap of his wings, he launched himself towards the heavenly boxes. His journey would not be easy. The shadows themselves seemed to want to keep him away, creating air currents that tried to divert his course. The wind howled with ancient voices, warning of the dangers of his endeavor. As he flew, Kokoro began to understand that it wasn't just the darkness that needed to be transformed. It was the very fabric of reality that was crying out for change. In his flight, he could feel the weight of responsibility on his wings. He was not just a creator, but a guardian of what was to come. The waters beneath him began to churn more strongly, as if the ocean itself was responding to his determination. Namaka, although worried, couldn't help but admire Raven's courage. She knew that this moment would mark the beginning of a new era, for better or worse. As she approached the heavenly boxes, Kokoro could feel the ancient energy emanating from them. Each one pulsed with a different kind of light. One was golden, like the brightest sun, another silver, like the most delicate moonlight, and the third sparkled with thousands of tiny points of light, like the stars that were yet to be born. The challenge before him was monumental. The boxes were protected by mystical seals, created to resist the passage of time and attempts to tamper with them. But Kokoro was no ordinary being. In his essence, he carried the very force of creation, a gift that even he didn't fully understand. Namaka watched everything with growing apprehension. The waters under her domain moved in increasingly complex patterns, reflecting her restlessness. She knew that the balance of the void was about to be altered forever, and the consequences of this change would be irreversible. With a precise movement, Kokoro reached the first box. His bright eyes studied the intricate patterns that sealed it, trying to understand its secrets. He knew that his every action from that moment on would shape not only the physical world, but also the fate of all beings yet to come. The first seal began to crack under his touch, releasing a thin beam of golden light that cut through the darkness like a sharp blade. It was only the beginning of a transformation that would change the face of that primordial universe forever. Kokoro, the architect of shadows, was about to take the first step on his journey of creation, a journey that would lead him to shape mountains, bring forests to life, and populate the world with beings of all shapes and sizes. The wind whispered ancient prophecies, and the waters danced with renewed energy. The moment of creation had arrived, and with it, the dawn of a new era was about to awaken in the hands, or rather, the wings, of the most unlikely of creators, a raven who dared to defy the darkness. The beam of golden light that escaped from the first celestial box grew with every moment, like a primordial dawn that had never been witnessed before. Kokoro kept his beak firmly attached to the seal, his black feathers now bathed in the radiant glow emanating from the box. The power contained therein was greater than he had imagined, and for a brief moment he felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of his own daring. Namaka watched in fascination and awe as the waters around him began to reflect that strange new light, creating dancing patterns on their surface that had never existed before. "Are you sure you're ready for the consequences of your actions, Kokoro?" His voice echoed across the waves, carrying both concern and reverence. Raven didn't answer immediately, concentrating on his task. With a precise and determined movement, he finally managed to completely break the first seal. The golden box opened in a spectacle of light and heat, releasing the sun in all its primordial glory. The incandescent sphere rose slowly over the dark horizon, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange for the first time. The heat of the newborn sun warmed Kokoro's wings, and he felt a deep satisfaction at seeing his first act of creation manifest itself so majestically. The waters below began to glow with golden reflections, creating a spectacle never before seen in that primordial world. Without wasting any time, Raven turned his attention to the second box, the one that held the moon. The seal on this one was different, more subtle and delicate, as if it had been woven with silver threads. Kokoro realized that he would need a gentler approach this time. Using the tip of his ward, he began to carefully unravel the mystical patterns that held the box shut. As he worked, he noticed that the sun was beginning to establish its first cycle, moving slowly across the newly formed sky. It was crucial that he released the moon before the first night arrived, to maintain the delicate balance that was beginning to form. "The tides respond to your creation," observed Namaka, his waters moving in new rhythms, attracted by the gravitational pull of the sun. "The world is changing, Kokoro, and there's no turning back." Raven knew she was right. His every action was creating new natural laws, establishing patterns that would last for eternity. With even more determination, he focused on the seal of the second box. Its silver feathers glowed with a light of their own now, as if they were absorbing the essence of the moon that was still trapped there. Finally, the second seal gave way, and the silver box opened with a soft sigh. The moon emerged, a pale, serene sphere that began its ascent into the darkening sky. Its soft light created a perfect contrast with the intense brightness of the sun that was now setting for the first time. Kokoro watched in amazement as his first two creations established a celestial dance, a cosmic ballet that would mark the rhythm of life for all the ages to come. Day and night were born at that moment, bringing with them concepts that hadn't existed before: time, cycles, change. Only the third box remained, the one containing the stars. This one was different from the others, its surface sparkling with thousands of tiny points of light, as if it could no longer contain the energy it held inside. The seal on this last box was the most complex of the three, an intricate web of energy that seemed to change shape every time Kokoro looked at it. Namaka noticed Raven's hesitation at this latest challenge. "The stars are different," she warned, their waters reflecting the combined brilliance of the sun and moon. "They carry not only light, but also dreams and destinies. They are the weavers of stories yet to come." Kokoro understood that this last release would be the most significant. The stars would not just be points of light in the sky. They would be beacons of hope, guides for travelers, inspiration for the dreamers who would one day inhabit the world he was creating. With a delicacy that contrasted with his imposing form, the raven began to work on the last seal. His wings moved with surgical precision, undoing the mystical knots one by one. The process was slow and required all his concentration, as one false move could result in cosmic chaos. As the seal came undone, tiny points of light began to escape, like little sighs of eternity. Each star that broke free found its place in the vast night sky, gradually forming the constellations that would tell the stories of the universe. Kokoro's work was almost complete, but he knew that this was only the beginning of his journey as a creator. Light had been brought into the world, but there was still much to be done. The infinite waters begged for land. The vast empty expanses cried out for life, and the primordial silence longed for voices to fill it. The last star found its place in the firmament, completing the great work of illuminating the world. Kokoro hovered for a moment, his wings outstretched, admiring the transformation he had accomplished. The universe now pulsed with a new and vibrant energy, a rhythm that he himself had established. Namaka moved his waters in a pattern that suggested approval. "You have brought light into the world, architect," she said, her voice carrying a new tone of respect. "But the darkness still has its place and its purpose. The balance you have created is perfect." Raven knew she was right. The darkness had not been eliminated, but transformed into something just as precious. The night, with its silver moon and twinkling stars, was just as important as the sunny day. It was in this balance that the true beauty of his creation lay. While resting on a gentle wave, Kokoro was already beginning to plan his next great work. His keen eyes focused on the depths of the ocean, where he knew he would find the necessary elements for his next creation. The mainland was waiting to emerge, and with it, a new chapter in the history of the world was about to begin. With his gaze fixed on the depths of the ocean, Kokoro began his descent into the dark waters. Her wings, still shimmering with the reflection of the celestial lights she had released, cut through the air in precise movements. The world was different now, no longer plunged in perpetual darkness, but in a harmonious cycle of light and shadow. Namaka sensed the approach of the raven, and its waters opened gently, like a silent invitation. "The depths hold ancient secrets," she whispered across the waves. "What do you seek in the bowels of the ocean, Creator?" Kokoro dipped her wings into the warm waters, feeling the primal energy that pulsed in the underwater currents. "I seek the substance from which the earth will be born," he replied, his voice reverberating through the waters. "This world needs more than just sky and sea." The raven's dive was deep and determined. As he descended, the waters became denser and colder. The light he had brought to the world barely penetrated these depths, creating a realm of shadows reminiscent of the beginning of time. But now, these shadows were no longer an endless void. They were a mystery to be explored. At the bottom of the ocean, Kokoro found what he was looking for: a dense, dark mass, a mixture of sand, rocks, and minerals that had lain dormant since the beginning of time. With his powerful beak, he began to work this primordial matter, shaping it with the same precision he had used to release the celestial lights. Namaka watched with growing interest as the raven worked. Its waters danced around him, sometimes helping, sometimes testing his resolve with unexpected currents. "The land you seek to create will forever change the face of the world," she commented. "My waters will have to learn new ways." The work was hard, but Kokoro didn't give up. Little by little, he began to push the mass up towards the surface. As it rose, the matter began to transform, hardening and taking shape under the influence of air and light. First, a rocky peak emerged, then another, and another. The sun, on its first full pass through the sky, witnessed the birth of the first mountains. Their dark slopes rose from the waters like sleeping giants, dripping primordial water back into the ocean. The moon, in its first cycle, bathed the new lands in its silvery light, revealing valleys and plains that formed between the peaks. But Kokoro knew that bare earth wasn't enough. With his wings, he began to spread different types of soil over the basic rock. Here a layer of fertile earth, there a bed of clay, further on a field of sand. Each type of soil had its purpose in the grand plan that was developing in his creative mind. The stars, watching from above, seemed to twinkle with approval as the world below them gained more complexity and texture. Their reflections in Namaka's waters created patterns that inspired Kokoro to continue his creative work. "I see the purpose in your work," said Namaka, his waves now crashing against the new rocky shores. "But I also see that this is only the beginning. The land you raise from my depths is still bare and empty." Raven landed on the highest peak of the first mountain he had created. From this privileged vantage point, he could see his creation stretching out in all directions. The lands that emerged from the waters formed complex patterns: archipelagos, peninsulas, deep valleys, and vast plains. With a flick of his wings, Kokoro began to create rivers and lakes, natural channels where the waters of Namaka could flow and settle over the new land. These waterways would be the veins of the world, bringing life and nutrients to every corner of his creation. Every drop that flows over your land carries a promise, observed Namaka, feeling its waters divide and find new paths across the newborn continent. I see the potential for life in every stream and lake you create. Namaka's words touched something deep in Raven's heart. Yes, life. This would be his next great challenge. But before he could take this step, he needed to prepare the ground properly. With meticulous care, he began to work on the texture of the earth, creating different environments that would one day house different forms of life. Using his powers of creation, he shaped caves in the bowels of the mountains, carved fertile valleys between the elevations, and created plains that stretched to the horizon. Each environment had its own personality, its own story to tell. The sun completed another cycle, and the moon once again bathed the new land in its silvery light. The stars continued their eternal dance in the sky, silent witnesses to Raven's tireless work. Every moment, the world took on more detail, more complexity. Kokoro knew that his work with the earth was almost complete, but something was still missing. The rocky surfaces and bare soil cried out for cover, for color, for life. His keen eye could already see the forests that would grow on the mountain slopes, the fields that would flourish on the plains, the algae that would dance in the shallows. With his wings spread, capturing the combined energy of the sun and the moon, the raven was preparing for his next great work. The creation of plant life would be his next challenge, and he could already feel the creative energy flowing through his feathers, eager to begin this new phase of his creative journey. Namaka, sensing Kokoro's thoughts, moved his waters in a pattern that suggested expectation. "You have shaped the earth wisely," she said, her waves gently caressing the new shores. "Now it's time to cover it with the green mantle of life." Raven nodded silently, his eyes shining with the reflection of the stars. The stage was set for the next act of creation, and he couldn't wait to start painting his world with the colors of life. With his unwavering determination, Kokoro began his next act of creation. Hovering over the newly formed earth, he could feel the life energy pulsing through his black feathers. The bare soil was eagerly awaiting the touch that would transform it into a verdant paradise. First, Raven focused his attention on the banks where land and water met. With delicate movements of his wings, he scattered the first seeds of life, small algae and mosses that quickly established themselves on the damp rocks. These first life forms were simple, but fundamental to what was to come. "I see you start at the beginning," observed Namaka, his waters gently nurturing the new green creatures. "As always, your wisdom shows in the details." Kokoro continued his methodical work, gradually moving from the banks to the interior. In each different type of soil he had created, he now planted a specific variety of plant life. On the rocky slopes, he planted resistant lichens and small plants that clung to the rocks with fierce determination. As his work progressed, the plants began to evolve and diversify of their own accord, as if they had captured Raven's creative essence. Small shoots grew into bushes, which in turn inspired the birth of ever larger trees. The first forests began to appear on the slopes of the mountains, where the mixture of sun, rain, and fertile soil created the perfect conditions for growth. Kokoro watched with satisfaction as different species of trees established themselves. some tall and majestic, others twisted and ancient in their wisdom. Each plant has its own spirit, he murmured, landing briefly on a newly formed branch. Each one tells its own story. On the plains, ravens sowed vast fields of grasses that rippled in the wind like the waters of Namaka. The prairies stretched to the horizon, their colors changing with the passing of the sun and moon. In some places, wildflowers began to sprout spontaneously, adding vibrant spots of color to the landscape. Namaka watched in amazement as her aquatic world was complemented by this explosion of terrestrial life. Her waters now not only reflected the lights in the sky, but also the infinite shades of green that Kokoro had brought into being. In the wettest areas, where fresh water accumulated in swamps and marshes, Corvo created specially adapted plants, tall reeds, sturdy cattails, and delicate aquatic plants that floated on the surface of the calm waters. Each environment had its own signature plant, perfectly adapted to the local conditions. As the plants became established, the first natural cycles began to emerge. Leaves fell and decomposed, further enriching the soil. Seeds were carried by the wind, finding new places to germinate. The earth itself seemed to breathe with this new life. "You've created more than plants," said Namaka, observing the complex systems that were forming. "You've created communities. You've created relationships. You've created a living fabric that connects everything." Raven silently agreed. He could feel the connections forming between the roots in the soil, between the treetops above, between the different species that now shared the space. It was a web of life that was becoming more complex by the moment. In special places, Kokoro created natural sanctuaries of extraordinary beauty, hidden valleys where rare flowers bloomed in cascades of color, ancient forests where gigantic trees stood like pillars of heaven, natural gardens where every plant seemed to have been placed with artistic precision. The work continued tirelessly. In the driest regions, Corvo created resistant plants that knew how to conserve water, peculiarly shaped cacti, thorny shrubs, and small succulents that sparkled like jewels in the desert sun. Each adaptation was a new expression of their creativity. In the higher mountains, where the air was thinner and the cold more intense, he established especially hardy vegetation, small alpine flowers that burst into vibrant color during the brief growing seasons, and low, twisted trees that survived the strongest winds. As the green blanket spread across the world, Kokoro realized that he was creating more than just plants. He was laying the foundations for all life to come. The forests, prairies, and swamps would be the cradle of the future creatures that would inhabit his world. The stage is almost set, he thought, his black wings reflecting the shades of green that now dominated the landscape. Just one last touch to go before we can welcome the next inhabitants of this world. With that thought, Raven set to work on his next challenge, creating plants that could provide sustenance for the creatures to come. Fruit trees began to appear in sheltered valleys, their tops laden with juicy fruit. Nutritious grains grew in the fields, and energy-rich roots established themselves in the fertile soil. Namaka, ever observant, noticed how each new addition to the plant world seemed to follow a larger plan. "You think of those that come after," she commented, her waters nourishing the roots of the plants that reach their depths. "Every seed you plant carries the potential to sustain many lives." The sun and moon continued their eternal dance across the sky, marking the passage of time as the world below transformed into a living, pulsating garden. The stars twinkled above the treetops, their reflections now multiplied in the dewy leaves and night flowers that opened only under their silvery light. Kokoro knew that his work with the plant kingdom was almost complete, but he also felt that something even greater awaited him. The plants had brought color and life to the world, but there was still a lack of movement, a lack of voices, a lack of creatures who could appreciate and inhabit this paradise he had created. With his wings open to the wind, Raven contemplated his next great challenge, to bring into being the beings that would give life and movement to this green world. It would be his most complex and important creation yet, and he couldn't wait to get started. Kokoro flew over his verdant world, admiring the symphony of life he had created. The forests whispered ancient secrets, the prairies danced with the wind, and the waters of Namaka reflected the celestial ballet of the sun, moon, and stars. But Raven felt that his work was not yet complete. The final breath of life was missing. The creatures that would give voice and movement to this majestic scenery. Landing gently on an old branch, Kokoro began to gather his creative energy. This time, her work would be more delicate and complex than ever. Creating living beings would require not only form and substance, but also spirit and purpose. The waters yearn for inhabitants, whispered Namaka, his waves gently lapping the verdant shores. I feel the emptiness in the depths that only life can fill. The raven nodded, and with a graceful movement of its wings, began its work in the waters. First came the fish, small and bright, cutting through the waves in silvery shoals. Then larger creatures emerged from the depths, playful dolphins, majestic whales, and a myriad of sea creatures that filled Namaka's oceans with movement and purpose. But Kokoro didn't just stop at the waters. Turning his attention to dry land, he began to populate the forests and grasslands. From the smallest insects to the most imposing mammals, each creature was carefully thought out to occupy its specific place in the great fabric of life. Birds were his most special creations. As he himself had wings, he paid extra attention to his winged cousins. Delicate hummingbirds, majestic eagles, wise owls, each was given a unique gift, a special way to contribute to the harmony of the world. You create not just bodies, but stories, observed Namaka, watching as each creature integrated perfectly into its surroundings. The butterflies danced among the flowers she had seen Kokoro plant. The deer grazed on the prairies he had sown, and the bears found shelter in the caves he had carved. As the creatures multiplied, they began to establish their own relationships and cycles. Predator and prey, pollinator and flower, each being found its role in the great dance of life. The once silent world now pulsed with roars, chants, hums, and calls. Kokoro flew from one habitat to another, adjusting and refining his creation. In the mountains, agile goats and majestic eagles made the heights their home. In the swamps, frogs and herons created a natural orchestra of sounds. In the grasslands, herds of herbivores grazed peacefully under the watchful eye of predators. Each creature carries a spark of your creative essence, said Namaka, observing how life spread and adapted. I see your wisdom in the way each one finds its place. Raven continued his work, now focusing on the smallest details. He created insects to pollinate flowers and aerate the soil, small rodents to spread seeds, and a myriad of microscopic creatures to maintain the balance of ecosystems. The seasons began to influence animal behavior. Some migrated as the weather changed, Others hibernated during colder periods, and still others adapted their appearance and behavior to suit the different times of year. You have created more than life, observed Namaka. You have created stories that will unfold for generations. And so it was. Each creature had its own role in the world's grand narrative. The songbirds heralded the dawn. The wolves howled at the moon that Kokoro had released, and the whales sang ancient melodies in the depths of Namaka. The raven landed again on the highest peak, observing his creation in all its glory. The world was now a vibrant and dynamic place, where each being lived in harmony with the others and their environment. "It is done," he finally said, his words echoing through time. "The world is complete." Namaka moved his waters in a pattern of agreement. "Yes, it is complete, but never finished. What you have created will continue to grow, change, and adapt. Each creature carries within it the potential for evolution and transformation. And so, Kokoro, the Raven Creator, completed his great work. The world that had once been just darkness and water now pulsed with life in all its forms. The celestial lights he had unleashed illuminated a planet rich in diversity and beauty. But even though he had completed his task, Raven knew that his role was not over. Now he would be the guardian, the observer, the one who would watch over the delicate balance he had established. The stars continued their eternal dance in the sky. The sun and moon kept up their perpetual dance, and the waters of Namaka embraced the earth with their ancient wisdom. And in the midst of all this, Kokoro flew, his black wings reflecting the light that he himself had brought to the world, eternal guardian of the creation that had been born from his power and his imagination. The world was complete, but its story had only just begun. Every sunrise would bring new adventures, every moonset would hold new mysteries, and every shining star would bear witness to the infinite stories that were yet to come in the world Raven had created. The sun was setting over the horizon of Athens, painting the sky with shades of orange and red, reminiscent of spilled blood. Theseus, son of the Aegean king, watched from the palace balcony as young people wept in the embrace of their families. It was time for the terrible tribute that Athens owed Crete. 7 boys and 7 girls were to be sent to the labyrinth of the Minotaur. This cruel tradition had its origins in an ancient war between the two kingdoms. After the death of his son, Androgeus, on Athenian soil, King Minos of Crete, overcome by fury and the power of his superior army, imposed this punishment on the city. Every 9 years, 14 young men would be sacrificed to feed the monstrous Minotaur, the fruit of the unnatural union between Queen Pasiphae and a magnificent white bull sent by Poseidon. Theseus felt the weight of responsibility on his young but strong shoulders. Ever since he was a boy, he had heard stories about the labyrinth built by the genius Daedalus, a prison so complex that no human being had ever been able to find their way out after entering its winding corridors. The prince ran a hand through his dark hair, pensive, as he watched the movement in the harbor, where the black ship, with sails of the same color, awaited its human cargo. "My son," the deep voice of King Aegeus sounded behind him. "You don't have to do that. We've already lost too many young men to that freak." The old king put his hand on his son's shoulder, his eyes full of concern. Theseus turned to face him determination shining in his gaze. "That's precisely why, Father, I must go. I can't stand by while our people suffer. I am the Prince of Athens, and it is my duty to protect our citizens." His voice was firm, but gentle. "Besides, I've been trained by the best warriors. If anyone stands a chance against the Minotaur, it's me." The king sighed heavily, knowing he wouldn't be able to dissuade his stubborn son. "Then take this," he said, removing a ruby ring from his finger, "so that you remember your home and your duty to return." The next morning, the port was packed. Families said goodbye. Mothers hugged their children as if their lives depended on it, and fathers tried to keep their composure while silent tears streamed down their wrinkled cheeks. Theseus voluntarily came forward as one of the 7 boys, causing a stir among the people watching. The ship set sail under a cloudy sky as if the gods themselves shared in the Athenian morning. During the voyage, Theseus met his companions in misfortune. There was Callias, a young scribe, who kept scribbling on a small piece of parchment as if he wanted to record every moment of his last days. Helen, a golden-haired girl, who sang sad songs to calm the others. Pericles, a strong young man who had been drawn despite the protests of his pregnant fiancée. As they approached Crete, the fear in the young men's eyes grew. Some prayed to the gods, others simply remained silent, gazing at the horizon as if searching for answers in the waves of the sea. Theseus spent his time planning, observing, and mentally preparing himself for what was to come. After 3 days of travel, Crete appeared on the horizon like a sleeping giant over the sea. The palace of Knossos, the seat of power of King Minos, was an imposing construction that seemed to defy the mountains themselves. Its multiple floors and terraces rose towards the sky, and its walls were decorated with colorful frescoes that told stories of glory and power. When the ship docked, Cretan guards escorted them through the harbor to the palace. It was then that Theseus saw her. For the first time, Ariadne, the princess of Crete, was watching the Athenians arrive from one of the palace balconies. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and something inexplicable passed between them, an instant connection that made the prince's heart race. King Minos welcomed them into his throne room, an imposing man with a golden crown and eyes as cold as the sea in a storm. Beside him, Queen Pasiphae kept her gaze downcast, bearing the weight of shame for the monstrous son she had borne. Ariadne was there too closer now, and Theseus could see the compassion in her dark eyes. "Welcome, Athenians." King Minos' voice echoed through the hall with a false cordiality. "Tomorrow at dawn, you will fulfill your destiny in the labyrinth. Tonight, rest and enjoy our hospitality. It will be your last meal." During the forced banquet that followed, Theseus noticed the furtive glances Ariadne cast at him. The princess seemed restless, as if she wanted to say something, but the dozens of watchful eyes of the guards and courtiers made any communication impossible. That night, in his temporary quarters, Theseus couldn't sleep. The distant sound of the sea mixed with the muffled sobs coming from the other young men's rooms. He thought of his father, of Athens, of the monster he would have to face, and of Ariadne, whose mysterious eyes never left his mind. Then he heard a soft knock on his door. When he opened it, he found a servant who without saying a word handed him a small package and disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Inside the package was a skein of golden thread that shone in the moonlight and a note written in delicate handwriting. "Meet me in the fountain garden at midnight. A." Theseus's heart raced. He knew that this could be both a trap and his only hope of survival. But something deep inside him told him that he could trust Ariadne. Stowing the golden ball in his tunic, he prepared himself for an encounter that would change not only his fate, but that of all Athenians. Shadows danced through the palace corridors as Theseus moved silently towards the gardens. The full moon illuminated his path across the elaborate mosaics of the floor, each step calculated to avoid the watchful eye of the guards patrolling the corridors. The golden ball weighed down his tunic, constantly reminding him of the mystery that awaited him. The fountain garden was a place of rare beauty, even at night. Crystal clear water gushed from a statue of Poseidon, and the soft sound created a natural curtain that could cover up whispered conversations. Theseus found Ariadne already waiting for him, her graceful silhouette cut out against the silvery moonlight. She wore a dark blue cloak that blended in with the shadows, her black hair tied up in an elaborate braid. "You've come," she whispered, her eyes shining with a mixture of relief and apprehension. "We only have a short time. The guards will be changing shifts soon." "Why are you helping me?" Theseus asked, keeping a respectful distance, but unable to hide his curiosity. Ariadne approached, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm tired of seeing innocent young people die because of cruel punishment. What my father is doing, it's not justice, it's revenge. And the minotaur." She hesitated. "That creature shouldn't exist. It's an abomination, born of pride and shame." She quickly explained about the golden thread, a special creation of Daedalus, the same architect who had built the labyrinth. "The thread is enchanted," she said. "It never breaks and always shows the way back. Tie it at the entrance and unwind it as you go. But remember, the labyrinth isn't just a set of corridors. It changes. It moves. It tries to confuse the mind." Theseus held the ball tighter, feeling its peculiar warmth. "How can I be sure this isn't a trap?" "You can't," Ariadne answered honestly. "But if I wanted you dead, I'd just have to wait until tomorrow." Her eyes filled with restrained tears. "There's something else you need to know about the Minotaur. He's not just strong, he's intelligent. My half-brother." Her voice faltered. "He understands our language. He can think like a man, but the fury of the bull dominates him. Years of isolation have made him more monster than human." A distant noise startled them both. Footsteps of guards were approaching. Ariadne quickly took something from her robes, a small bronze dagger with engraved symbols. "This blade was blessed by priestesses. It may not be enough to kill the Minotaur, but it will help you defend yourself." Theseus accepted the weapon, feeling its comforting weight. "Why are you risking so much for me?" "Because I saw something in your eyes that was different from the others," she replied, her cheeks blushing slightly. "I saw hope, not just fear. And maybe," she hesitated, "maybe you're the one who can put an end to all this suffering." The footsteps came closer and closer. Ariadne cast an anxious glance down the corridor. "There's one more thing," she whispered hurriedly. "If you succeed, when you defeat the Minotaur, take me with you. I can no longer live in this palace of lies and cruelty." Before Theseus could reply, she quickly leaned over, and kissed his cheek, a touch as soft as butterfly wings. The next moment, she had disappeared into the shadows of the garden, leaving only the scent of night flowers in the air. Theseus returned to his chambers, with his mind in turmoil. The golden ball and dagger hidden in his tunic seemed to burn against his skin, physical reminders of the pact he had just made. His initial plan to confront the minotaur had turned into something much more complex. Now, it was not only his life and that of the young Athenians at stake, but also the future of a princess who was risking everything to help him. Lying on his bed, looking up at the ceiling decorated with paintings of maritime scenes, Theseus planned every step of the next day. His father's ring shone on his finger, reminding him of his promise to return. Ariadne's dagger was hidden in his robes, along with the ball of yarn that could mean the difference between life and death in the labyrinth. The first rays of the sun were beginning to tint the horizon when Theseus finally managed to sleep his dreams, populated by endless corridors, dark, compassionate eyes, and the menacing shadow of a half-man, half-bull creature. The weight of responsibility had never been so great, but he had never felt so prepared to face it. Dawn brought with it the sound of trumpets announcing the start of the ritual. The guards came to collect the young Athenians, who were taken to a courtyard where priests performed the last blessings. Theseus watched his companions, some weeping silently, others maintaining a stoic dignity in the face of the fate that awaited them. At the top of a staircase, King Minos presided over the ceremony with a cruel smile on his lips. Beside him, Ariadne kept her face impassive, but her eyes met those of Theseus for a brief moment, conveying a silent message of hope and determination. Queen Pasiphae was not present, as she always was on these occasions, unable to witness the terrible fate of the young victims. As the guards led them towards the entrance to the labyrinth, Theseus felt the weight of the golden ball against his chest and the cold touch of the dagger hidden in his robes. The moment of truth was approaching, and with it, the chance to change the fate not only of Athens but also of Crete. The entrance to the labyrinth revealed itself as an immense bronze door, its jambs decorated with reliefs that told stories of horror and suffering. The air emanating from the darkness beyond was cold and laden with an ancient smell, a mixture of mold and something more sinister that Theseus couldn't identify. The priests chanted darkly as the 14 young men were lined up in front of the entrance. Theseus noticed that his hands were trembling slightly as he discreetly tied the end of the golden thread to a small iron ring near the entrance. He made sure the knot was tight, remembering Ariadne's words about the enchantment of the thread. "May the gods have mercy on their souls," declared the high priest, his voice echoing through the stone courtyard. At his signal, the guards began to push the young men into the labyrinth. Theseus entered, taking one last look at the open sky. He saw Ariadne on the balcony, her tiny figure against the grandeur of the palace. She put her hand to her chest in a gesture that only he would understand, where the dagger was hidden in her own clothes. The darkness swallowed them up quickly. The sound of the bronze door closing behind them echoed like a final sentence. Some of the young people began to cry. Others hugged each other in search of comfort. Torches on the walls lit up automatically, revealing corridors stretching out in all directions. "We need to stay together," said Helena, the golden-haired girl, her voice trembling but determined. "No, replied Theseus, surprising everyone. The Minotaur will find us more easily if we are grouped together. We need to split up. But we'll die alone, protested Callias the scribe. Clutching his parchment to his chest, Theseus looked at each of them. Listen up. I have a plan. When I find the Minotaur, I'm going to fight him. You need to seek shelter in niches and side passages. If you hear me, he hesitated. If you hear me shouting, run in the opposite direction. Pericles the young groom stepped forward. I won't let you fight alone. You must, insisted Theseus. Your fiancée is expecting a son. If I fail, you'll have to find another way. Reluctantly, the group began to split up. Theseus watched as they disappeared into different corridors, their footsteps echoing further and further away. Alone now, he began his own journey, carefully unwinding the golden thread. The labyrinth was a masterpiece of engineering and evil. Corridors ended abruptly in smooth walls. Stairs led to impossible places, and some passages seemed to change direction as they were traversed. Theseus kept an eye out for the signs Ariadne had mentioned, small marks on the walls that indicated the proximity of the labyrinth's center. Time lost its meaning in the bowels of the labyrinth. Minutes could be hours, and hours could be days. The only certainty was the golden thread that glowed softly, marking the path taken. From time to time, Theseus heard distant cries, echoes of voices that could be his companions, or just tricks of the labyrinth. The first real sign that he was approaching the center came in the form of marks on the walls, deep scratches made by powerful claws or horns. Occasional bones lay in the corners, some still with scraps of fabric stuck to them. Theseus pressed the dagger into his tunic, feeling his heart race. Then he heard it, a deep, reverberating sound, half roar, half human groan. The ground shook slightly beneath his feet. Theseus pressed himself against a wall, controlling his breathing. The sound was closer now, accompanied by heavy footsteps that made the torches flicker. I can smell you, Athenian. A guttural voice echoed through the corridors, startling Theseus with its clarity. Ariadne was right. The Minotaur could speak. Your fear is sweet, like all the others before you. Theseus closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself. He remembered his training, the fights he had won, Ariadne's look of hope. When he opened them again, he was ready. I'm not afraid of you, Ariadne's brother, he answered aloud, surprising himself with the firmness of his words. I'm sorry. A roar of fury shook the walls. The footsteps became faster, more determined. Theseus gripped the dagger tightly, his body as tense as a bowstring. The moment that would change the fate of two cities was at hand. A monstrous shadow appeared on the opposite wall, cast by the light of the torches. The creature moved with surprising grace for its size. Theseus could hear its heavy breathing, feel the heat emanating from its massive body. Pity. The Minotaur's voice was closer, laden with bitterness. You know nothing about me, Prince of Athens, about loneliness, about being a prisoner in your own home, about being feared by your own mother. Theseus felt an unexpected pang of compassion. For a moment, he saw the situation through the creature's eyes, born of a forbidden love, condemned to live in the shadows, fed human flesh by a father who despised him. But there was no time for philosophizing. The Minotaur appeared around the bend in the corridor, its imposing figure blocking the entire passage. It was even more impressive than the stories described, taller than two men, rippling muscles, covered in dark fur, long horns as sharp as swords. Its eyes, however, were disturbingly human, shining with intelligence and fury. "Then let's get this over with," said the Minotaur, lowering his head in an attacking position. "Show me if your feather is worth anything when you're being dismembered." The ensuing battle would echo through the corridors of the labyrinth, a struggle not just between man and beast, but between fate and free will, between the curse of the past and the hope of the future. The golden thread glowed softly on the floor, a silent witness to the clash that was about to begin. The confrontation exploded in quick, precise movements. The Minotaur charged at Theseus, who dodged at the last moment, feeling the displacement of air caused by the sharp horns passing inches from his body. The narrow corridor limited the creature's movements, giving the prince a slight advantage. "Nimble as a mouse," roared the Minotaur, turning with surprising speed. "But everyone tires eventually." Theseus kept his distance, studying his opponent's movements. Years of combat training had taught him the importance of patience. The bronze dagger pulsed in his hand, as if responding to the creature's presence. "Why do you continue to serve Minos?" asked Theseus, dodging another attack. "He keeps you prisoner, uses you as an instrument of terror." A bitter laugh echoed off the walls. "And where would I go? Look at me. The outside world would hunt me down like an animal." The Minotaur attacked again, this time managing to tear off a piece of Theseus's tunic with its claws. The fight took them deeper into the labyrinth, through narrower and narrower corridors. The golden thread snaked behind them, glowing softly. In a moment of distraction, Theseus tripped over an ancient bone, momentarily losing his balance. The Minotaur seized the opportunity, its huge claw closing around the prince's arm. The pain was immediate and intense. Theseus felt himself being lifted off the ground, as if he weighed nothing. "Your fine words cannot change what I am," roared the Minotaur, bringing his face close to the prince's. His breath was hot and charged. His breath was hot and carried the metallic smell of blood. With a desperate move, Theseus drove his dagger into the creature's shoulder. The enchanted bronze penetrated the flesh with surprising ease, causing the Minotaur to cry out in pain and let go. The prince fell heavily, rolling away as his opponent struggled. "Damn it," thundered the Minotaur, pulling out the dagger and throwing it away. Black blood oozed from the wound. "The smell. This metal has been blessed by priestesses." Her eyes narrowed with understanding. "Ariadne, my own sister betrayed me. She wants to end this cycle of death," replied Theseus frantically, searching for a makeshift weapon. His fingers found a long, sturdy bone. "It's not betrayal to want justice." "Justice?" The Minotaur's laugh was full of bitterness. "Where was justice when I was locked up here as a child, when my own mother couldn't look me in the eye?" The fight resumed with renewed intensity. Theseus used his agility to compensate for his opponent's brute strength, looking for an opening. The bone in his hands broke when he parried a particularly strong blow, but it served to deflect the deadly horns. In the midst of the fight, distant shouts echoed through the corridors. The other young Athenians, probably discovered by the guards, who occasionally patrolled the labyrinth. The Minotaur smiled, revealing sharp teeth. "Looks like your friends have run into trouble," he teased. Maybe you should have stayed with them instead of trying to take me on. Theseus knew he had to end this quickly. His companions needed him, and every moment of fighting diminished his chances of survival. He observed his surroundings, noticing a torch that cast dancing shadows on the walls. With one swift movement, he snatched the torch from its holder and brandished it at the minotaur. The creature recoiled instinctively. Even though it was partially human, the ancestral fear of fire was present in its taurine nature. "You don't have to die," said Theseus, stepping forward with the torch. "We can find another way." For a moment, something akin to hope shone in the creature's eyes, but it was soon replaced by anger. "There is no other way for me. This labyrinth is my prison and my kingdom, and here you will meet your end." The minotaur charged with all his might, ignoring the torch. Theseus waited until the last moment before throwing himself to the side, using the monster's own strength against him. The horns dug deep into the stone wall, momentarily trapping the creature. At that crucial moment, Theseus saw his dagger lying a few paces away. He rolled towards the weapon, grabbing it as the minotaur broke free. With a roar of fury, the creature turned around, blood dripping from its damaged horns, its eyes now completely dominated by bestial fury. "You're fast, Prince," it growled, "but you're getting tired. I can feel your heart racing, your fear sweating." "It's not fear," replied Theseus, wielding his dagger. "It's determination." The narrow corridor echoed with the sounds of battle metal against claw flesh, against stone roars and cries of exertion. The golden thread shone ever more brightly, as if responding to the violence of the confrontation. The fight that followed was brutal, and desperate man and beast dancing a deadly choreography in the confines of the labyrinth. The fate of two cities, the future of a princess, and the lives of innocent young people hung by a thread as delicate as the golden ball that marked the path through the darkness. And amid the chaos of combat, an ancient truth echoed through the corridors. Sometimes the real monsters are not those who bear horns and claws, but those who create them and imprison them in the shadows. The decisive moment came when the minotaur at his fiercest crashed into an ancient column. The impact caused stones from the ceiling to crumble, creating a shower of debris. Theseus took advantage of the momentary distraction to execute a move he had practiced hundreds of times in his training. A precise and deadly blow. The dagger found its target between the creature's ribs, penetrating deep into its heart. The minotaur staggered, its eyes wide, with a mixture of surprise and surprisingly relief. "So, this is how it ends," muttered the creature, its voice losing its bestial fury and taking on an almost human tone. Maybe it's for the best." Black blood oozed from the wound as he leaned against the wall. Theseus maintained his combat stance, but something about the vulnerability of the moment struck him. "You could have chosen another path," he said softly. "No," replied the minotaur, sliding down to sit on the floor. "This has always been my destiny. Take care of Ariadne. She was always the only one who saw me as something more than a monster." With these words, the creature exhaled its last breath. Theseus remained silent for a moment, paying silent respect to the being who, despite everything, was also a victim of the cruelty of men and the whims of the gods. The distant sound of screams brought him back to reality. His companions still needed him. Following the golden thread, Theseus ran through the corridors, first finding Helen and Callias hiding in a niche. Soon after, he located Pericles and 3 other young men. One by one, they came together, guided by the light of the enchanted thread. The guards warned one of the girls, "They've entered the labyrinth behind us. Follow the thread," ordered Theseus. "It will lead you to the exit. I'll delay the guards." "We can't leave him," protested Pericles. "You can, and you must," insisted Theseus. "Your mission now is to take the news to Athens. The Minotaur is dead. The bloody tribute is over." Reluctantly, the young men followed the golden path, while Theseus faced the guards in the labyrinthine corridors. His combat experience and knowledge of the way through the wire gave him the advantage. One by one, the Cretan soldiers were neutralized or disoriented in the darkness of the labyrinth. When she finally emerged into daylight, she found the courtyard in chaos. Ariadne had fulfilled her part of the plan, creating a distraction that allowed the young Athenians to reach the port. The black ship was waiting for them, its sails already unfurled in the wind. "Theseus," Ariadne's voice cut through the air. She was running towards them, pursued by guards. "My father, he's found out everything." King Minos's furious roar echoed through the courtyard. "Traitor, my own daughter plotted against Crete." Theseus grabbed Ariadne's hand, and together they ran towards the harbor. Behind them, chaos ensued in the palace. Servants running guards, shouting orders, and above all, the thunderous voice of Minos, promising revenge. The road to the ship seemed endless. Arrows whizzed around them, some whizzing dangerously close. Theseus could see his companions on the deck, gesticulating frantically. Pericles and 2 other stronger boys had stayed behind to help them escape, keeping the guards at bay with improvised oars as weapons. With a last-ditch effort, Theseus and Ariadne jumped onto the ship just as the moorings were being cut. The wind filled the black sails, and slowly the ship began to move away from the quay. "It's not over," roared Minos from the dock. "The gods will avenge this betrayal." Ariadne, panting but determined, faced her father one last time. "The gods have already avenged us, father. Their cruelty created their own monsters, and now they are no more." As Crete receded into the horizon, Theseus watched the young Athenians now free their lives ahead of them. Some wept with relief, others laughed nervously, hardly believing in their survival. Ariadne stood beside him, her eyes fixed on the future that awaited them. "What do we do now?" she asked softly. Theseus touched his father's ring, remembering his promise to return. "First we go back to Athens. Then," he smiled, "then we build something new, something better than labyrinths and sacrifices." The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with the same colors that Theseus had seen on his last night in Athens. But now, these colors didn't resemble blood. They resembled possibilities, new beginnings, the promise of a future where monsters no longer had to be created or imprisoned. The golden ball, still attached to his tunic, shone with the last rays of the sun, as if approving of the direction their lives were taking. On the horizon, Athens awaited them, and with it, the chance to tell a different story, not just one of heroism and monsters, but of compassion, change, and redemption. As the ship cut through the waters of the Aegean Sea, Theseus knew that there were still battles to come. Minos would not rest easy, and the gods were known for their capriciousness. But for now, it was enough to know that 14 young people were breathing the air of freedom, that a princess had chosen her own destiny, and that in the depths of a labyrinth in Crete, a cycle of violence had finally come to an end. In a time when the stars still spoke to the earth and the mountains whispered secrets to the winds, there lived a restless spirit known to all as Coyote. This was no ordinary coyote, the kind that howls at the moon on cold nights. This was the Coyote, the great trickster, the one who made the gods laugh and frown at the same time. His silver fur shone with a light of its own, and his golden eyes held all the wisdom and foolishness in the world. In that particularly dry summer, when the sun punished the earth with its relentless heat, Coyote wandered the plains, observing the humans in their daily struggle. He noticed how they struggled to survive, using only stones and sticks, while the gods kept the sacred fire for themselves at the top of the highest mountain. This bothered him deeply, not so much because of the injustice, but because he loved a good chaos. Why should the gods have all the fire for themselves? He thought, scratching his chin with his front paw. Humans are so interesting with their little inventions. Just imagine what they'd do with a bit of fire. It was then that he met Luna, a young indigenous woman who spent hours trying to make fire by rubbing sticks together. She was different from the others. Her eyes shone with the same mischievous curiosity as Coyote's. While the other members of her tribe accepted the limitations imposed by the gods, Luna was always questioning, always trying to find new paths. "Little Luna," whispered Coyote, approaching her in his animal form, "why are you trying so hard with these sticks?" Surprisingly, the little girl wasn't frightened by a talking coyote. She just smiled, as if she had been expecting this encounter. "Because I know there must be a way," she replied. "The gods can't be the only ones who have the right to heat and light." Coyote felt his heart warm at those words. He had finally found someone who shared his rebellious spirit. But the divine laws were clear. No spirit could interfere directly in the affairs of humans. Breaking this rule would mean facing the wrath of the higher gods, especially Eagle, the guardian of the sacred fire. "You know, little Luna," said Coyote, taking a seat next to her, "sometimes rules are made to be reinterpreted." His golden eyes twinkled with mischief. "And I might have an idea or two about how to get that fire you so desire." Luna tilted her head, intrigued. "But the elders say that fire belongs only to the gods." "The elders say many things," Coyote replied, with a mischievous smile. "But let me tell you a secret. The gods aren't always right. Sometimes they need someone to make them see things differently." As they talked, Coyote began to draw up a plan. It wouldn't be easy to steal the gods' fire, but he had accomplished more difficult feats before. The real challenge would be dealing with the consequences. The gods were not known for their sense of humor when it came to their precious possessions. Eagle, in particular, would be a problem. The majestic guardian of the sacred fire had eyes that could see through Coyote's lies and tricks. They had a long history of clashes, with Eagle always trying to maintain order and Coyote always trying to subvert it. "We'll need help," muttered Coyote, more to himself than to Luna. "Someone who can distract Eagle while—" His eyes lit up when he saw a small mouse running nearby. "Ah, perfect." Mouse was another spirit, smaller and more discreet than Coyote, but just as cunning. With one swift movement, Coyote gently captured it between his paws. "My little friend," he said with his most charming smile, "how about taking part in a little adventure?" Mouse twitched his whiskers suspiciously. "Your adventures always end in trouble, Coyote." "But they're fun problems, aren't they?" Coyote laughed. "Besides, this time it's for a good cause. Think of all the human families who could keep warm during the winter." As Coyote worked out his plan with Rato and Luna, dark clouds began to form on the horizon. At the top of the sacred mountain, Eagle felt a disturbance in the air. He knew that feeling well. It was the harbinger of Coyote's mischief. "Not this time, you rascal," murmured Eagle, his feathers glowing with the light of the sacred fire he protected. "This time I'll be ready." What neither of them knew was that their actions were about to trigger a series of events that would forever change the balance between the worlds of gods and men. The wind was blowing stronger now, carrying with it the seeds of change as Coyote, Luna, and Rat prepared for their great adventure. In the tribe's camp, the elders noticed the change in the air. The oldest of them, a man called Hawkeye, looked up at the sky with concern. He knew the old stories about the divine trickster and his elaborate plans. "May the spirits protect us," he whispered, "for when Coyote smiles, the whole world trembles." Luna, watching Coyote and Rat's preparations, felt her heart race with anticipation. She knew she was about to be part of something bigger than herself, something that could change the lives of her people forever. Fear and excitement mixed in her chest, like the wind that now stirred her long, dark hair. "Are you ready to make history, little Luna?" asked Coyote, his golden eyes shining with a mixture of amusement and determination. "I'm ready," she replied, her voice firm despite her nervousness. "But what if we fail?" Coyote threw back his head and laughed, a sound that echoed across the plains. "Ah, my dear, in life there are no failures, only stories other than the ones we plan to tell. And believe me, this is going to be one hell of a story." With the plan beginning to take shape, Coyote, Luna, and Rat gathered in a small cave away from the camp. The wind was blowing stronger and stronger outside, as if nature itself was responding to the turmoil forming in their hearts. Coyote paced back and forth, his mind buzzing with ideas and possibilities. "The sacred fire is kept in an eternal torch at the top of the mountain," he explained, drawing in the dirt with his paw. "The eagle never sleeps. Its eyes are always alert, always vigilant. But even the most attentive of guardians can be distracted by certain chaos." Mouse, still hesitant but increasingly intrigued, asked, "And what will my role be in all this madness?" Coyote smiled, that smile that always preceded his greatest pranks. "You, my little friend, will be the centerpiece. While I dance and put on my show for Eagle, you'll sneak up from behind and—" He whispered the rest of the plan into Mouse's ear, whose little eyes grew wider and wider. Luna watched with fascination, absorbing every detail. She knew that her role was just as important. She would be the one to guard the fire once they got it. The elders always said that she had a special gift for taking care of living things, and fire, as Coyote had explained, was the most living of all forces. While the three conspirators finalized the details of their plan, at the top of the mountain, Eagle stood at her post, her majestic feathers reflecting the glow of the sacred fire. His piercing eyes scanned the horizon, especially attentive to any sign of that familiar silver fur that disturbed him so much. "I can smell you on the wind, trickster," murmured Eagle to himself. What mischief are you up to now? The answer wouldn't be long in coming. As night fell, Coyote began his approach to the sacred mountain. But this time, he didn't try to hide or be sneaky. On the contrary, he began to dance and sing, making as much noise as possible. "Oh, great eagle," he shouted, his voice echoing off the mountain. "I have come to pay my respects to the magnificent guardian of the sacred fire." Eagle narrowed his eyes, suspicious. "Since when do you pay homage to anyone, Coyote?" "Well, since I realized what a fool I've been," replied Coyote, beginning an elaborate dance. "I've come to show my respect through the dance of 1,000 feathers, a performance that took me years to perfect." While Coyote performed his extravagant act, Rat moved silently among the shadows, getting closer and closer to the sacred fire. Luna, hidden among the rocks below, held tightly to a branch specially prepared to carry the flame. Coyote's dance was truly a spectacle in itself. He spun and leapt, his silver fur shining in the starlight, telling absurd stories and making jokes that, even against his will, drew smiles from Eagle. "And that's how," Coyote continued between pirouettes, "I taught the beavers how to build dams. Of course, the first one tried to use stones instead of wood, but who am I to judge the architectural choices of a rodent?" Eagle, while maintaining his serious posture, couldn't help but be amused by Coyote's antics. That's what made the trickster so dangerous, his ability to charm even his toughest opponents. Meanwhile, Rado was getting closer and closer to the sacred fire. His heart was beating so loudly that he feared Eagle might hear him. One step at a time, using every shadow, every small stone as a hiding place. Luna watched everything with her heart in her throat. She could see the tension in Coyote's apparently relaxed movements, the determination in Rat's small steps. The entire future of their tribe depended on the success of this crazy plan. "And now," Coyote announced with a dramatic flourish, "for the grand finale of the Dance of 1,000 Feathers, I will need the complete attention of my illustrious audience." Eagle, even though he knew he had to keep his eyes on the sacred fire, couldn't resist his curiosity. What was the trickster planning now? It was at that moment that Rat achieved his goal. With a quick, precise movement, he pushed a small ember from the sacred fire, which rolled silently down the mountain, straight to where Luna was waiting. The young woman held her breath as the ember rolled towards her. Was this the moment that would change everything? But before it could reach her, a strong wind blew, blowing the ember off course. Coyote, sensing the danger, had to think fast. Without interrupting his dance, he began to tell an even more elaborate story, keeping Eagle entertained while Luna moved carefully to intercept the ember on its new path. "Did you know that once," he said, spinning faster and faster, "I convinced a group of birds that they could swim better than fish? Oh, what a day that was! The carp were so offended that the plan was about to go right or terribly wrong, and everyone's fate hung by a thread as thin as Rado's whiskers. The night seemed to hold its breath, while the stars watched in silence as the audacious adventure unfolded. Time seemed to freeze as the ember continued its dangerous path down the mountain. Luna, with the grace of a deer and the determination of a she-wolf, moved silently between the rocks, her eyes fixed on the small bright spot that carried so much hope. Coyote kept up his extraordinary performance, now incorporating ever more elaborate jumps and even more fantastic stories. "And that's when I taught the owls to turn their heads," he proclaimed, performing a particularly impressive pirouette. "Of course, The first attempts were a bit, well, let's just say that some of them ended up looking in very interesting directions for a few days. Eagle, even with all his discipline and years of experience as a guardian, was completely absorbed by the spectacle. The trickster always had that gift, turning the absurd into something so fascinating that it was impossible to look away. Luna finally managed to position herself in the path of the rolling ember. With a quick, precise movement, she caught it on its prepared branch, which immediately began to glow with an orange light. Her heart was pounding so hard that she feared the sound might give her away. But fate had other plans. Just as Luna was holding her precious prize, a young eagle, one of Eagle's many messengers, flew over the area on its nightly patrol. The glow of the captured ember reflected off its feathers, drawing its attention. Coyote sensed the danger immediately. Without wasting a second, he turned his next jump into a spectacular somersault that took him straight towards the young messenger. And now, for my next trick, I'll demonstrate how I taught the fish to fly. The messenger, surprised by the trickster's sudden approach, diverted his course, giving Luna precious seconds to hide behind a large rock. Rat, realizing that his part was done, began his discreet retreat. "You know, Great Eagle," continued Coyote, landing gracefully, "I've always wondered, why did you guardians of the sacred fire choose the top of a mountain to keep it? Wouldn't it be more practical to keep it in a valley? I mean, the wind up here must be a real challenge." Eagle frowned majestically. "The sacred fire is at the top of the mountain because it's closer to the heavens, where it came from. And stop trying to distract me with your silly questions, Coyote. What are you really up to? Me? Plotting?" Coyote put a paw on his chest, pretending to be offended. "My dear feathered friend, I've only come to share my art. Although, now that you mention it, I do have a few suggestions on how to improve security around here. For example, have you considered hiring some beavers? They're excellent builders." While Coyote continued his distraction, Luna began her careful descent of the mountain, protecting the precious ember with all the care in the world. Every step was calculated, every move planned to keep the flame alive. However, the wind began to pick up, as if the very spirits of the air were trying to thwart her mission. The little flame flickered dangerously, threatening to go out at any moment. Luna, remembering her grandmother's teachings on how to protect delicate plants from the wind, used her own body as a shield. Rat, who had already reached a safe position, watched Luna's descent with apprehension. He could see other eagle messengers circling the mountain, getting closer and closer to finding out what was going on. And that's how Coyote's voice echoed through the mountain, now louder than ever. "I convinced a group of bears to try belly dancing. You had to see it, Eagle, especially when they tried to use leaves as veils." Luna had almost reached the base of the mountain when her foot slipped on a loose stone. For a terrible moment, she felt her body lurch forward, the ember threatening to escape her control. With an instinctive movement, she turned her body, shielding the flame with her bare hands. The pain was immediate and intense, but Luna didn't let out a single sound. Silent tears streamed down her face as she held the ember, her fingers burning from direct contact with the sacred fire. Coyote smelled burning flesh, and his heart squeezed, but he couldn't show his concern. Any change in his behavior would alert Eagle, so he did what he does best. He turned his concern into an even more extravagant performance. "And now, for my grand finale," he announced, preparing for the most elaborate of his tricks. "I'll show you how I taught the stars to dance." With a masterful leap, Coyote began to spin through the air in a way that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. His silver fur shone with such intensity that for a moment it really did seem as if the stars were dancing with him. Luna took advantage of this last distraction to finally reach the base of the mountain, where a small group of young men from her tribe were waiting hidden among the trees. With trembling, burnt hands, she transferred the sacred fire to a specially prepared torch. The moment was critical. Now they had to get the fire to the camp without Eagle noticing. But how could they do that when every little light could be seen from the top of the mountain? The answer came in the form of a distant howl. Other coyotes, friends of the divine trickster, began to join in the nighttime singing, creating a cacophony that echoed throughout the valley. The clouds, as if conspiring with the rebels, began to thicken, partially obscuring the brightness of the stars. Luna and the youngsters began their silent run through the darkness, protecting the precious flame they carried. Each step took them closer to changing the fate of their people forever. While above them, Coyote continued his spectacular dance, keeping Eagle entertained long enough for them to complete their mission. The night air was full of possibilities as the first fire stolen from the gods made its way into human hands. No one knew exactly what the consequences of this daring adventure would be, but one thing was certain: nothing would ever be the same. As Luna and the youngsters raced through the darkness with the sacred fire, the sky began to change. The clouds that had once protected them now took on a threatening hue, and distant lightning announced the arrival of a storm. It was as if nature itself was responding to their daring act. At the top of the mountain, Eagle finally began to sense that something was wrong. The air smelled different, and it wasn't just the approaching rain. His piercing eyes scanned the horizon, looking for any sign of disturbance. Coyote, noticing the change in the guardian's demeanor, stepped up his performance even more. And now, noble Eagle, prepare for the real grand finale, a demonstration of how I taught the northern lights to dance. But before he could begin his next elaborate trick, a deafening thunderclap cut through the sky. The momentary flash illuminated the entire region, and for a brief moment, Eagle caught a glimpse of something that shouldn't have been there. A small point of light moving between the distant trees. "Traitor!" roared Eagle, his wings spreading in all their menacing majesty. "You distracted me while you stole the sacred fire." Coyote abandoned all pretense of innocence and smiled his most mischievous smile. "Well, it took longer than I expected for you to realize. You're getting slow, my feathered friend." With a cry of fury, Eagle launched himself into the sky, his powerful wings creating gusts of wind that almost knocked Coyote over. The trickster knew he had to act fast. He had to give Luna and the others more time to reach the camp. "Hey, Featherhead," he teased, running in the opposite direction to Luna's group. "Bet you can't catch me." Eagle didn't fall for the trick so easily this time. With a flick of his wings, he summoned all his messengers. "Find the thieves. The sacred fire must not get into the hands of mortals." Dozens of smaller eagles emerged from the stormy clouds, their silhouettes jagged by the increasingly frequent flashes of lightning. Luna and her group could hear them approaching, their hunting cries echoing through the night. "This way," whispered Luna, leading the others into a narrow ravine. Her hand still burned terribly, but she refused to let go of the torch. Every step was a mixture of pain and determination. Rat, who had been following the group discreetly, suddenly appeared in front of them. "Follow me. I know a way through the ancient caves. The eagles won't be able to follow us in there." The rain began to fall, first in thick, sparse drops, then in heavy curtains that threatened to wipe out their precious cargo. The young men clustered around Luna, using their own bodies to protect the flame. High above, Coyote ran and jumped between the cliffs, teasing Eagle with his jokes and pranks. "You know what your problem is? You take everything too seriously. A little chaos is good for the world." "The chaos you bring only brings destruction," replied Eagle, plunging into yet another attempt to capture the trickster. "Mortals are not ready for the power of the sacred fire." "And who are we to decide that?" retorted Coyote, narrowly dodging Eagle's sharp claws. "Look at them, with their creativity and courage. Maybe they're more ready than you think." Meanwhile, Luna and her group had reached the entrance to the ancient caves. The place was known to be sacred, full of paintings that told stories from time immemorial. The rocky walls seemed to pulsate with an energy of their own in the flickering light of her torch. "Watch your step," warned Ratto, guiding them through the winding tunnels. "These caves hold their own secrets and dangers." The storm roared outside, but inside the caves, a different kind of silence reigned. It was as if they were in another world, a place between the realm of the gods and that of mortals. The paintings on the walls seemed to come alive with the movement of the flame, telling stories of other times when gods and humans walked together. Luna paused for a moment, mesmerized by one particular painting that showed a figure very similar to Coyote, handing something shiny to the humans. "Look," she exclaimed in a reverent whisper. "That was already predicted." Mouse climbed up the wall to take a closer look at the painting. The ancient prophecies. Perhaps it's no coincidence that we're here now. A particularly loud clap of thunder shook the caves, reminding them of their urgency. They couldn't afford to contemplate ancient prophecies when the present demanded immediate action. Outside, the battle between Coyote and Eagle was reaching its climax. The trickster was beginning to show signs of fatigue, his pirouettes less elaborate, his taunts more breathless, but his golden eyes still shone with determination. Every second he kept Eagle busy was a victory for Luna and the stolen fire. "Why do you care so much about them?" asked Eagle during a momentary pause in his pursuit. "They're just mortals." Coyote stopped on a rocky ledge, his drenched fur glistening under the lightning. "Because they dream, Eagle. They imagine possibilities that even we, with all our divinity, can't see. Fire won't just be a tool for them. It will be a bridge to even greater dreams." Coyote's words carried a truth that even Eagle couldn't completely deny. For a moment, the great guardian hesitated, his powerful wings keeping him hovering in the stormy air. It was in that instant of doubt that a distant cry of joy reached them. Luna's group had reached the camp. The first deadly fire was born that night, protected from the storm, shining like a promise of change. Eagle stood motionless in the stormy sky, watching the first deadly fire glow in the distant camp. It was like a small star fallen to earth, a beacon of change that could not be ignored. The great guardian knew that this moment would forever mark the history between gods and mortals. Coyote, still panting from his long performance and chase, sat on the edge of the cliff, his silver fur dripping with the rain that continued to fall. "You know, Eagle," he said in a softer voice than usual. Sometimes the best changes start with a small act of defiance. At the camp, Luna and her companions had managed to light several torches from the sacred fire. The elders, initially hesitant and fearful, now approached the gift stolen from the gods with reverence. Hawkeye, the eldest of them, gazed into the flames with a mixture of fear and fascination. "What have we done?" he muttered, watching as the fire danced and multiplied. "What consequences will our act bring?" Luna, her hands still burned, but her heart full of certainty, replied, "We did what had to be done, ancestor. Fire doesn't just belong to the gods. It belongs to everyone who can dream of its warmth." Rat, hidden among the shadows of the camp, smiled discreetly. He knew that his participation in this adventure would also change his own story. He was no longer just a cautious little spirit, but part of something bigger than himself. The storm began to subside, as if nature itself recognized that a new era was beginning. The clouds partially opened, allowing a few stars to witness the historic moment that was unfolding. "What now?" asked Eagle, finally landing next to Coyote on the cliff. "I can't just ignore this theft. The other gods will demand punishment." Coyote laughed softly. "Ah, the other gods, always so concerned with rules and order. But look down there, my friend. See how they treat fire with respect, with reverence. Perhaps mortals are better guardians than we realize." In the camp, the first applications of fire were already beginning to show. An old woman showed the children how to use the flames to heat water, while a young warrior discovered how to harden the tips of his spears in the heat. The knowledge spread as quickly as the flames themselves. Luna, sitting by the main fire, finally allowed them to treat her burns. Her grandmother applied a herbal ointment to her hands, while softly singing an ancient healing song. "You will carry these marks forever," said the old woman, "but they will tell a story of courage." The grandmother's words echoed in the night, reaching Coyote's ears. The trickster felt a surge of pride and affection for the young mortal who had shown so much of his own rebellious spirit. "You know, Eagle," he said, "maybe it's time we rethought our role. Instead of guardians who hinder, we could be mentors who guide." Eagle remained silent for a long moment, his majestic feathers reflecting the starlight. "You've always had a peculiar way of looking at things, trickster. But this time, you might be right." The night advanced, and with it, the first stories about the theft of the fire began to be told around the campfires. Each narrator added their own touch to the saga, turning the events of that night into legend while they were still fresh in the memory. Rat, mustering all his courage, stepped out of the shadows and approached Luna. "Your hands," he said, his small eyes shining with concern. "Will they be all right?" Luna smiled gently at her little ally. "They'll be different," she replied, "but that's not a bad thing. They'll be a reminder that sometimes we need to burn ourselves to bring light to others." On the cliff, Coyote and Eagle continued their conversation, now more like old friends than adversaries. "The other gods will still demand some form of retribution," said Eagle. "You know that." "Of course I do," replied Coyote with his characteristic smile. "And I'll accept whatever punishment they decide on. But look, it's already been worth it." The first lights of dawn were beginning to tint the horizon, marking the end of that historic night. In the camp, people were beginning to understand that nothing would ever be the same. The fire would bring changes, some good, some challenging, but it was a path of no return. Luna, watching the sunrise with her bandaged hands, felt a familiar presence beside her. It was Coyote, returning for one last moment with his mortal accomplice. "You did it," she said simply. "We did it," he corrected, his golden eyes shining with affection. "And now, little Luna, it's up to you and your people to write the next chapter of this story." The rising sun illuminated a world transformed. A world where fire was no longer just a gift from the gods, but a tool in the hands of mortals. A world where the boundaries between the divine and the earthly had become a little blurrier, thanks to the dance of a trickster, the courage of a young girl, and the wisdom of accepting change. And so, as Coyote disappeared into the morning light, his laughter echoing in the mountains, a new era began. An era of discoveries, possibilities, and stories yet to be told. The sacred fire now belonged to everyone, and with it, the responsibility to use it wisely. Luna looked down at her bandaged hands and smiled. Some scars were worth carrying, especially those that remind us of the moment we dared to change the world. In 19th century London, where the smoke from the chimneys danced against the gray sky, and the cobbled streets echoed with the sounds of carriages, the Darling family lived in a modest but cozy house. Wendy Darling, a 12-year-old girl with bright eyes and an even brighter imagination, shared a room with her younger brothers John, a 10-year-old who dreamed of pirate adventures, and Michael, the 6-year-old, who still cuddled his teddy bear every night. Mrs. Darling was a loving mother who every night carefully stored her children's dreams in little imaginary drawers in their minds, while telling them stories before bed. Mr. Darling, although somewhat strict with finances and concerned with appearances, had a kind heart hidden beneath his austere exterior. The family also had Nana, a devoted St. Bernard dog who served as the children's nanny, an unusual arrangement that often embarrassed Mr. Darling in front of the neighbors. One particularly starry night, while Mrs. Darling was putting the children to bed, she noticed a strange shadow dancing in the room. It was no ordinary shadow. It seemed to have a life of its own, and even more curiously, it didn't belong to anyone in the room. When she tried to catch it, it flew out of the window like a frightened bird. Mrs. Darling held this event close to her heart, worried about what it might mean. The stories Wendy told her brothers every night were full of pirates, fairies, and extraordinary adventures. She had a special gift for storytelling, transforming the children's rooms into pirate ships, enchanted forests, and mysterious caves through her words. John and Michael hung on every word, their eyes wide with excitement as their imaginations flew to faraway magical places. It was on one of these evenings, when their parents had gone out for an important dinner, that something extraordinary happened. A golden glow, no bigger than a butterfly, came through the bedroom window, followed by a boy dressed in leaves and vines. He floated in the air as if gravity were just a polite suggestion that he preferred to ignore. His name was Peter Pan, and he was looking for something. "My shadow," he exclaimed, scanning the corners of the room. "Have you seen her around?" Wendy, who was only pretending to sleep, sat up in bed amazed. The boy didn't look much older than her, but there was something in his eyes, a mixture of wild joy and ancient loneliness, that made him unlike anyone she had ever met. The little golden light that accompanied him was Tinker Bell, a fairy with a strong temper and even stronger jealousy. She tinkled furiously when she saw Peter's interest in Wendy, although only he seemed to understand her language of bells. When Wendy found the shadow tucked away in her mother's drawer and helped Peter sew it back on after a few unsuccessful attempts by him to glue it on with soap, an instant friendship was formed. Peter told them about Neverland, a place where children never grew up, where there were adventures every day, and where he led a group of lost boys, children who had fallen out of their baby carriages and were never reclaimed. "Why don't you come with me?" Peter asked, hovering in the air with a mischievous grin. "You can tell stories to the lost boys, and your brothers can join in our adventures." The offer was tempting. Wendy looked at her brothers, who were already awake and excited at the possibility. The idea of never having to grow up, of living in a place where adventure was always lurking, was irresistible to children. But there were dangers in Neverland that Peter mentioned casually, as if they were part of the fun. Captain Hook and his pirates, who swore revenge on Peter after he cut off the captain's hand and threw it to a crocodile, the same crocodile that now followed Hook everywhere, having developed a particular taste for pirates and a ticking clock in his stomach. There were also the Indians from Tiger Lily's tribe, the mermaids with their enchanting voices and whimsical personalities, and the fairies who, as Tinker Bell clearly demonstrated, could be as temperamental as they were beautiful. "But how will we get there?" asked John, adjusting his glasses enthusiastically. "By flying, of course," replied Peter, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "All it takes is a happy thought and a little fairy dust." Tinker Bell, still annoyed, was persuaded to share her magic dust with the children. Soon, Wendy, John, and Michael discovered that they could float first clumsily, banging against the ceiling, then more gracefully, as they learned to control their direction. The decision was made in a moment of pure childish magic and excitement. Worries about their parents growing up and the responsibilities of the adult world seemed distant and unimportant in the face of the promise of eternal adventure. As the children followed Peter out of the window, climbing higher and higher into London's night sky, they left behind not only their home, but also the ordered and predictable world of the Victorian era. Ahead of them was the second star on the right, shining like a beacon to Neverland, where time worked differently and adventure awaited around every corner. What they didn't know was that this impulsive decision would lead them to discoveries about themselves, the value of family, and the true meaning of growing up, lessons none of them expected to learn when they left the comfort of their rooms that starry night. The journey to Neverland was an experience the darling children would never forget. Flying above the clouds, following Peter Pan through the starry sky, they discovered a completely new world. The air became thinner and shinier as they approached the second star on the right, and a magical sensation overtook their bodies. Michael clutched his teddy bear tightly as he flew, occasionally letting out squeals of delight as he plunged through the soft clouds. John maintained a posture that tried to look serious, like an explorer on an important expedition, but his eyes sparkled with excitement at each new discovery. Wendy, for her part, watched Peter with fascination, noticing how he seemed perfectly at ease in the air, as if he had been born to fly. Tinker Bell continued to show her displeasure, flying ahead of the group and occasionally casting annoyed glances at Wendy. Her golden glow flashed more brightly when Peter approached her to help her with some stronger air currents. "It's just over there," announced Peter, pointing to a bright spot on the horizon. As they got closer, Neverland began to take shape before their amazed eyes. It was an island that seemed to have been plucked straight out of children's most fantastic dreams. Snow-capped mountains on one side, golden beaches on the other, a dense rainforest in the center, and a crystal-clear lagoon where mermaids swam lazily. Anchored in a cove was Captain Hook's imposing pirate ship, the Jolly Roger, its black sails fluttering ominously in the wind. In the forest, smoke rose in spirals from the teepee of the indigenous tribe, and small points of light indicated where the fairies lived among the trees. Peter led the children to their secret hiding place, a hollow tree that served as the entrance to the Lost Boys' underground house. Before entering, however, they had to quickly hide behind some rocks. A group of pirates were patrolling the area. "That's Mr. Smee," whispered Peter, pointing to a short, pudgy pirate with round glasses. "He's Captain Hook's first mate. He's not very bright, but he's loyal to the captain." The pirates went on muttering about looking for Peter Pan and his new shadow, not realizing that the object of their search was only a few meters away, holding back their laughter, along with their new friends. When the way was clear, Peter led them to the secret entrance. Each child went down a different natural slide, landing on soft cushions made of leaves and feathers. Inside the hideout, 6 boys of varying ages, all dressed in animal skins and makeshift clothes, welcomed the visitors with a mixture of curiosity and enthusiasm. "Lost Boys meet Wendy, John, and Michael," announced Peter proudly. "Wendy will be our new mother, and she'll tell us stories every night." The Lost Boys, Lightly Toodles, Nibs Curly, and the twins immediately surrounded Wendy with requests for stories and questions about what it was like to have a real mother. John was quickly embroiled in a discussion about pirate combat tactics, while Michael found a cozy corner to sit with his teddy bear, watching everything with wide eyes. The underground house was an extraordinary place, decorated with treasures found all over the island, colorful mermaid shells, exotic feathers from birds never seen before, hand-drawn maps showing secret hiding places, and even some jewels borrowed from the pirates. Wendy, naturally taking on the maternal role that Peter had assigned her, began to organize things. She noticed that the boys needed a bath, their clothes needed mending, and the place needed a good clean. But before she could begin any of these tasks, a distant sound caught everyone's attention. Tick, tick. The Lost Boys were instantly on alert. "It's the crocodile," explained Nibs in an excited whisper. "It must be chasing Captain Hook again." Peter flew to one of the secret windows of the hideout and confirmed it. The fearsome Captain Hook was running along the beach, his red coat fluttering in the wind, while the huge crocodile chased him with a hungry expression. The sound of the clock in his stomach echoed around the island, serving as a constant warning to the captain. "Why don't we take advantage of him being distracted to explore the ship?" suggested Peter with a mischievous grin. The idea was met with shouts of approval from the Lost Boys and a worried look from Wendy. "Isn't it dangerous?" she asked, thinking of her younger brothers. "Everything's an adventure in Neverland," replied Peter, already floating towards the exit. "Besides, you still have a lot of fairy dust on you." If anything goes wrong, you can just fly away. And so, before Wendy could protest further, the whole group was on their way to the Jolly Roger, flying low over the waters of the Mermaid Lagoon. The aquatic creatures raised their heads to watch them pass, their colorful hair glistening in the sun, but there was something about their smiles that made Wendy shudder. They didn't look entirely friendly. As they approached the pirate ship, the sun began to set on Neverland, painting the sky with impossible colors and casting long shadows over the water. The adventure that awaited them was only the beginning of a series of events that would test not only their courage, but also the bonds they were beginning to form in this magical place where time stood still and children never had to grow up, or so they thought. As they approached the Jolly Roger, Peter signaled for everyone to remain silent. The pirate ship was even more impressive up close, with its black sails and elaborate carvings in the dark wood. Most of the crew had left in search of the captain, leaving only a few sleepy pirates standing guard on deck. Peter, an expert at mischief, led the group to Captain Hook's cabin. The place was luxurious, decorated with maps, treasures, and an impressive collection of red coats. In the center was a table with a detailed map of Neverland, marked with mysterious X's and annotations in the captain's elaborate handwriting. "Look at this," whispered John, adjusting his glasses as he examined a golden compass on the table. Michael, for his part, was fascinated by a small globe that rotated magically, showing lands that didn't even exist on ordinary maps. Wendy noticed something different, a half-open diary on the captain's desk. Curious, she approached it and began to read a few passages. To her surprise, she discovered that Hook hadn't always been a cruel pirate. Years ago, he had been a respected explorer, transformed by bitterness after his fateful encounter with Peter Pan. Meanwhile, the Lost Boys rummaged through drawers and chests, finding all kinds of treasure. Tinker Bell flew around her golden light, illuminating dark corners of the cabin, although she still cast suspicious glances at Wendy. Suddenly, they heard voices approaching. "The captain's coming back," warned Curly, one of the Lost Boys, his eyes wide with fear. "Quick hide," ordered Peter, as the children looked for places to hide. Wendy, John, and Michael hid behind a heavy curtain, while the Lost Boys squeezed inside an empty trunk. Peter floated up to the ceiling, blending into the shadows, and Tinker Bell hid inside a lantern. Captain Hook entered his cabin, panting and irritated after yet another crocodile chase. His long black hair was disheveled, and his metal hook glinted menacingly in the light of the lanterns. Mr. Smee followed him closely, trying to calm him down. "That damned reptile," shouted Hook, throwing his hat on the table. "And all because of that pestilent Peter Pan. Oh, if I could only get my hand on him." "Calm down, Captain," tried Smee, pouring himself a cup of tea. "You need some rest, sir. How about some music on your harpsichord?" Hook sat down heavily in his chair, but something caught his eye. "Smee," he said slowly, "did you go through my things?" Wendy's heart raced. The compass that John had examined was out of place, and some drawers weren't completely closed. "No, Captain, don't even go near your things, not me," replied Smee, confused. Hook stood up, his shrewd eyes scanning the cabin. "So we have visitors," he muttered, a cruel smile forming on his lips. "And I bet I know exactly who they are." The captain began to walk around the cabin, banging his hook against furniture and walls. As he approached the curtain, Where Wendy and her brothers were hiding, Michael couldn't hold back a sneeze. "Whoa!" exclaimed Hook, pulling back the curtain. At that moment, Peter Pan descended from the ceiling like a bolt of lightning, kicking off the captain's hat. "Now!" he shouted, and chaos ensued in the cabin. The Lost Boys jumped out of the trunk, throwing objects and making a mess. Tinker Bell flew in circles around Smee's head, disorientating him. Wendy, John, and Michael took advantage of the distraction to run to the cabin window. "Happy thought," reminded Peter, as he threw more fairy dust at them. The children began to float away, escaping through the window one by one. Hook, furious, tried to reach them with his hook. "Come back here, you little pests." Smee called the crew. Peter was the last to leave, but not without one last taunt. He took the captain's favorite hat and placed it on his own head, bowing mockingly. "See you later, old man," he laughed, flying out of the window. The escape was exciting, with the children flying in zigzags to dodge the shots of the pirates who had climbed onto the deck. The cannonballs exploded in the water around them, creating big splashes that got them wet, but nobody cared. They were all laughing at the adventure. When they finally reached their hiding place, they fell to the ground laughing and panting. John was still, holding the compass he had borrowed from the captain, and Michael was hugging his teddy bear that had almost been left behind in the confusion. "That was incredible," exclaimed Nibs, jumping up and down with excitement. Wendy, although she also found the adventure exciting, couldn't stop thinking about the captain's diary. There was more to Hook than met the eye, and she wondered if Peter knew the whole story. Night fell in Neverland, and the children gathered around a makeshift fire inside the hideout. Wendy began to tell stories, but this time she included one about a man who had lost his way and turned into something he had never planned to be. Peter watched from his special chair, made of intertwined branches, but his gaze was distant, as if he too was lost in thought about the past, or perhaps about the future he refused to have. The sound of the crocodile's clock echoed in the distance, mingling with the singing of mermaids and the tinkling of fairies, creating the nocturnal symphony characteristic of Neverland. As the children began to fall asleep, no one noticed a shadowy figure watching the hideout from afar through a telescope. Captain Hook had found his hideout, and a plan was beginning to form in his vengeful mind. The next morning, the hideout was bustling with preparations for a big treasure hunt that Peter had planned. He had discovered an old map in one of Captain Hook's trunks during his raid on the ship, and was eager to share the adventure with everyone. Wendy was organizing provisions for the journey, preparing small parcels with fruit and bread that the Lost Boys had borrowed from the Indian village. John studied the compass stolen from the pirate ship, determined to be the expedition's official navigator, while Michael helped the twins tie ropes and prepare makeshift backpacks with large sheets of paper. "The treasure is hidden beyond Skull Rock," explained Peter, pointing to the worn map. "We'll have to pass through Mermaid Lagoon and cross Indian territory." Tinker Bell hovered over the map, her golden glow revealing secret markings that could only be seen with fairy light. She still maintained her protective attitude towards Peter, but had begun to tolerate Wendy's presence a little more, especially after the girl had sewn a little petal dress for her. The group set off at sunrise, with Peter leading the way through the air. The children alternated between flying and walking, saving the remaining fairy dust on their clothes. The first stop would be the Mermaid Lagoon, where they would need to get a special pearl, which, according to the map, was necessary to open the treasure chest. As they approached the lagoon, the group hid behind some rocks to watch the mermaids. They were beautiful creatures, but Wendy had already realized that their beauty hid a dangerous nature. The mermaids played with each other, combing their long, colorful hair with combs made of coral and singing mesmerizing melodies. "I'm going," whispered Wendy, surprising everyone. "They're more hostile towards boys, but maybe I can negotiate with them." Peter hesitated, but nodded, respecting Wendy's courage. She approached the water's edge, and the mermaids immediately noticed her. One of them, with aqua green hair and a crown of shells, swam closer. "An earth girl," said the mermaid, her voice melodious, but with a tone of disdain. "What do you want in our domain?" Wendy explained about the pearl, and to her surprise, the mermaids laughed. "Ah, yes, the magic pearl," said the crowned mermaid. "We can give it to you, but it comes at a price. We want to hear a story we've never heard before." Wendy smiled, for storytelling was her specialty. She began to tell a tale about a young mermaid who fell in love with a human prince, a story she had read at home before coming to Neverland. The mermaids were completely fascinated, having never heard a story about one of their kind. Enchanted by the narrative, they gave Wendy the pearl, a luminescent jewel that seemed to contain moonlight itself inside. With the first part of their mission accomplished, the group headed towards the Indians' territory. On the way, however, they began to notice strange signs, unnaturally broken branches, footprints that didn't belong to the island's animals, and an unsettling silence in the forest. Peter, his senses sharpened by life in Neverland, realized that something was wrong. "It's a trap," he whispered, signaling for everyone to stop. "Hook followed us here." He had barely finished speaking when nets fell over them, and pirates sprang up on all sides. Captain Hook emerged from the shadows, his hook glinting menacingly. "Well, well, well," he smiled mischievously. "Looks like my little plan worked perfectly. Did you really believe that map had been stolen? I let you find it?" The children struggled in their hammocks, while Tinker Bell flew around, frantically trying to find a way to help. Peter managed to free himself with his dagger, but before he could help the others, he had to fend off Hook's attacks. "This time, Pan, there's no escape," shouted the captain, engaging Peter in a sword duel. Wendy, remaining calm, realized that she still had the mermaid pearl in her pocket. Remembering the stories her mother used to tell her about magical objects, she squeezed the pearl tightly and made a wish. To everyone's amazement, the pearl began to shine brightly, and its glow attracted the attention of the nearby mermaids. The aquatic creatures, feeling connected to their magical pearl, emerged from the lagoon and began to sing. Their music was different now, not to attract, but to confuse and disorient the pirates. The sailors, affected by the melody, began to stagger and drop their weapons, giving the children a chance to free themselves from the nets. Even Captain Hook seemed momentarily stunned, allowing Peter to gain the upper hand in the duel. "Now," shouted Peter, and all those who still had enough fairy dust took off. Those who couldn't fly were carried by the others, forming a curious aerial chain that moved quickly away from danger. Hook, recovering from the effect of the siren's music, shouted orders to his disoriented crew, but it was too late. The group was far enough away although they could hear the captain's furious shouts echoing across the island. They landed in a safe clearing, all panting, but laughing at the adventure and danger they had just escaped. Wendy held the pearl with even more affection, now realizing that its magic was more powerful than they had imagined. "You were amazing," Peter exclaimed to Wendy, with a genuine admiration that made Tinker Bell tinkle with renewed jealousy. But the adventure wasn't over yet. The map, although it had been Hook's trap, had revealed something real through Tinker Bell's light ancient markings that indicated a real treasure, one that Captain Hook himself didn't know about. As the sun began to set on Neverland, the group prepared for the next stage of their adventure. Now, with the magic pearl in their possession and knowledge of the map's true markings, they were closer than ever to discovering one of the island's greatest secrets. With the secret map markings revealed by Tinker Bell's light, the group headed towards the snowy mountains of Neverland. The real treasure, according to ancient inscriptions, was hidden in a cave near the highest peak. Peter led the way occasionally, stopping to help the others climb more difficult sections. "It's colder up here," observed Michael, hugging his teddy bear tighter. Wendy, ever attentive, improvised scarves with large soft leaves they had brought from the forest. As they climbed, the tropical vegetation gave way to rocks covered in snow and ice. The magical pearl in Wendy's possession emitted a soft glow that seemed more intense as they neared the top, as if responding to the proximity of something equally magical. John, consulting the stolen compass, noticed something strange. "The needle is spinning nonstop," he said, frowning, as if there was some kind of powerful magnetic force nearby. The Lost Boys, who would normally be the first to complain after a long walk, were unusually quiet and determined. There was something in the air, a feeling that they were about to discover something truly extraordinary. When they finally reached the entrance to the cave, indicated on the map, they were greeted by an astonishing sight. Crystals of every possible color grew from the walls, creating a spectacle of light and color. As Tinker Bell flew between them, in the center of the cave, there was an ice pedestal with an ancient chest. "That's it," exclaimed Peter, flying up to the pedestal. But when he tried to open the chest, he discovered that it was sealed by some kind of ancient magic. "The pearl," reminded Wendy. "That must be why we needed it." When Wendy brought the pearl close to the lock on the chest, something extraordinary happened. The crystals in the cave began to pulsate with a light of their own, and an ethereal voice filled the room. "To open this true treasure, everyone must offer something precious, not of material value, but from the heart." The children looked at each other, confused at first, but gradually understanding the meaning of those words. One by one, they began to make their offerings. Michael was the first, placing his beloved teddy bear on the pedestal. John offered the compass, not for the object itself, but for what it represented, his search for direction and knowledge. The Lost Boys offered small mementos they kept from their lives before Neverland: a shiny button, a faded photo, a small spinning top. Wendy hesitated for a moment before offering something she always carried with her, a small thimble her mother had given her, a symbol of the family love she had left behind. Tinker Bell, surprising everyone, offered some of her own fairy scales, which shone like shooting stars. Peter Pan was the last. He hovered over the pedestal, struggling internally, with something that seemed difficult to express. Finally, he took from his neck a necklace made of simple cord from which hung a small, rusty key. "It's the key to my house," he explained, his voice trembling slightly. "The house I left so long ago, when I decided never to grow up. When the last offering was made, the whole cave began to glow, and the chest slowly opened. Inside, there was no gold or jewels, but something much more valuable: memories. Memories crystallized in the form of light, showing precious moments in the lives of each one of them. They saw their families, their homes, moments of joy and even sadness that they had forgotten or chosen to ignore. For the lost boys, it was the first time in years that they could clearly remember where they came from. For Wendy, John, and Michael, it was a painful but necessary reminder of the love they had left behind. Peter watched everything with an expression that mixed fascination and fear. For the first time, he could clearly see his own memories. A mother waiting with the window open, night after night, waiting for the return of the son who had chosen to fly away. It was at that moment that a familiar sound broke the spell of the moment, the clang of swords and pirate shouts echoing across the mountain. Captain Hook had followed in their footsteps in the snow. "He never gives up," sighed Nibs, preparing for another fight. But something had changed. The memories they had witnessed brought new understanding, especially for Wendy. She remembered Hook's diary, the words that revealed a lost man, not unlike the children who refused to grow up. "Wait," she said, holding Peter's arm as he drew his dagger. Maybe there's another way." When Hook and his men burst into the cave, they found not a group in battle position, but children standing around a chest of lights. Wendy stepped forward, holding the mermaid pearl. "Captain," she called, "there's something you need to see." The light of memories enveloped Hook, showing him not only his past as a respected explorer, but also the exact moment when he let bitterness transform his heart. It was a choice he had made, just as Peter had chosen never to grow up, just as each of them had made their own choices. Neverland, they finally understood, was not just a place to escape from growing up, but a place to understand that growing up didn't mean losing magic. It meant learning to carry it in a new way. The last lights of the day penetrated the cave, entrance painting everyone in golden hues. At that moment, suspended between childhood and what was to come, each of them faced a choice: to remain forever in the shadows of what they had been, or to take a step towards what they could become. And so, in Neverland, where time worked in mysterious ways and magic was in every breath, a new story began to be written, no longer about never growing up, but about growing up in the right way, carrying with them the precious memories of childhood like a treasure, more valuable than all the pirates' gold